Hello, everybody. I decided to start streaming because I had some tablet chores to take care of. And I thought if anyone missed the previous stream about the Wacom Cintiq 24 Touch, I might as well answer a few questions. I did get a few questions recently that I had a chance to play around with a few things. Let me just tell the Discord crew that I am actually live now. One moment. Copy link. Okay. Now Discord knows I don't have much of an audience on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, so I'm not going to tell them. We'll keep that a secret a secret from them. No, I really just don't have that many people who follow me on Twitter, so it's not a. I don't think anyone actually shows up from Twitter. Actually, most of my audience shows up from the Discord, and of course, people who subscribe to my channel on YouTube. Oh, look at this. Arch is there. Hello, Arch. Good to see you. Hello, Arch. No, he can hear me, but I'm going to just say hello in the comments as well. Thanks for joining, Arch. I appreciate it. Arch always makes my streams quite lively. Quite lively. Hello, Tablet Kitten. Thanks for joining us. So since you two are here, I just had, again, a lot of energy and wanted to get online and, I have some tablet chores to take care of. And since I did my stream on the Wacom sort of at an odd time for my international audience, I thought I can also take questions for anyone who wanted to talk about the Cintiq 24 Touch. Let's see, Arch says, consider yourself lucky if you don't need to engage with Twitter. My Twitter X experience has been pretty good. Maybe it's because, 3 people follow me. Well, actually, let me separate out into 2 distinct parts. My audience is wonderful on Twitter, those that follow. I will say the things that it recommends me to see have been questionable. In fact, some of them have been surprising. And I only look at tablet stuff on Twitter, and yet it feeds me a rather odd collection of content. Not all of which I assure you is related to tablets. Some of the content it recommends is maybe even inappropriate, I would say. And for something I don't use, it's kind of funny to get these kind of recommendations. So one thing I wanted to talk about was the Cintiq Pro 24, and I'm going to create a little note, a OneNote for this session because I got a few questions that I wanted to answer. Let's see. Let's get OneNote going. Tomorrow I'm going to put a note to myself. I'll actually add it to my notes here. I need to get more music for this channel. Let's see, what is the date? This is the 25th, 2025. June 25th. Okay. This is just, I call it tablets and chill. Here, I'll let you see my notes. So, is this it? There we go. There we go. And, of course, my music got turned off. So I'm going to begin it again. Is this right? Am I doing this correctly? There we go. Okay. If you only follow people like artists and whatnot who just post images or mini threads, you can stick to follows only for you. For you, it's always full of, it's malicious is a good word, Arch. It is a very good word. And sometimes I've accidentally clicked on things. Or, not only accidentally clicked on things, accidentally reposted something. And I didn't know about it for a day. And I thought, oh my God, I can't believe people saw that. Because it was some political thing. And trust me, I stay away from politics. But yeah, it was dangerous. It was dangerous. And how that happened is I'm really bad about falling asleep with my phone or an iPad next to my head. I'm very bad at it. But I think I must have tossed and turned at night, and my nose must have hit something, and but I deleted it as soon as I found I reposted it the next morning. Now, actually, on this story, I am so bad about that. There was one moment just actually last week where I woke up with 3 separate devices with me. 2 iPads, one iPad, one Samsung Galaxy Tab S9, or the S8 Ultra rather, and my phone, which is a Samsung S24 Ultra. Now, fortunately, none of them have ever fallen to the floor and broken anyway, but it'll happen if I keep this up. Let's see, Arch says, it almost defeats the point of an automated curation cell. It does. And I think the logic X/Twitter uses is block the content you don't like. And that makes sense. I just, when I haven't done the blocking, I think it's been effective. Or maybe not blocking is the right word. When you say I don't want to see something, like I don't want more of this, there's so many related channels that still get recommended, right? So it hasn't been the best experience. Though I do actually pay for Twitter. I'm part of the premium thing. I'm not sure why I pay, actually. Maybe it's because I see less ads. But it doesn't remove all ads. So I also pay for Grok, actually. I use Grok quite a bit. Vibe coding. Maybe I'll do some live vibe coding. That'd actually be kind of fun. Okay, let's see. So, what did I want to talk about? Some people ask me, and I'll do some measurements and photos, but I might as well just write this down, which is relating to the Wacom Cintiq 24 Touch. So the first question was size. Now, if you remember, what was it, Tuesday? Today's Wednesday night. On Tuesday afternoon, what I noticed was, in the previous stream, that the new Cintiq, so let me get there, type the word new correctly. The new Cintiq 24 felt smaller than I expected. And I was a little puzzled by that, actually, because I like using my 22-inch Cintiq Pro, and this felt. Obviously, I tested it out. I brought the Cintiq Pro 22 with this, and put the screens next to each other, and the 24 Touch was a little bit larger, which is what I expected, but still, it felt smaller. And I got a question in Discord, DMs from Ranger Fade, who asked me about comparing the physical size of the Cintiq 24 Touch to several other 24-inch units. And here's what I discovered, which I'll write. Okay, so we'll do so again, this is not the screen size. I'm talking about the physical size, right? So let's see, physical size comparison. So this is the total unit size. Not just the screen. Okay, so I compared it to 3 different 24-inch tablets. Okay, let's start with the first comparison. So the first is the XP Pen Artist Pro 24 Gen 2. And normally I'd bring these on here, but like it's just such a pain and to move all this hardware around. I'm just going to talk about it. So basically, there was a noticeable difference. It was a big difference. Noticeable / big difference. And why is that? And that is the XP Pen has very wide bezels, right? Very wide, very obvious that it's a bigger tablet. Let's see. Art says, I think bezels are getting too small lately, but I'm pretty sure smaller bezels sell better based on optics. I doubt most people consider them a lot for usability. Yeah. Let me get to that point, Arch. I think you've got a point there. Let me just write down 2 more of my comparisons, and then I'd like to talk about what you brought up. So that was the biggest difference, the XP Pen Artist Pro 24 Gen 2. Now, when I say that there was a big difference, the XP Pen Artist Pro 22 is much bigger, please don't interpret that as a criticism. If I have learned anything in the last month or so, it's that I've shifted my opinion on bezels. I used to think, why? Now I start, I've become a believer. I'm not saying everyone likes bezels or that everyone hates bezels. I'm saying I can understand better now why some people like them. Because I used to be a hater, okay? And we'll get into why I felt that way, which is very aligned to what Arch has just mentioned. Okay, so the next comparison I made was to the Sense Labs Pen Display 24. So there was definitely a noticeable, there was a, no, I'm going to spell noticeable wrong again, difference, but not as big. And then finally, there was again, I don't have the numbers with me, but I will collect them, versus the Huion Canvas Pro 24 4K. So there was a difference. Again, noticeable. I should spell difference correctly. I would say there was this is just the width alone. Example, the width of the Huion was in total 1 inch longer. And I'm just providing the width. Ink Blaster. I do have a tier list, and maybe this is a video where I should redo the tier list because the situation has changed. Lots of tablets were introduced since the last tier list. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe that'll be a fun little thing for me to try. Back then, we didn't have the new Cintiq, We didn't have the new Intuos Pro 2025 models. So yeah, some things have to. I'm not sure we even have the Move Ink yet. I still haven't bought a screen tablet, though I work professionally. And Ink Blaster, can you remind me which tablet you do use right now? And also, what do you do professionally? I'm really curious. You don't have to dox yourself or provide any details you don't want to, but I'd love to know more about anybody and what they do. So here's, again, to get back to what I'm writing here. What I'm noticing is that it wasn't just in my head. This new Cintiq 24 really is smaller than the other tablets, right? Now I'll do the measurements, but it all comes down to the bezels, right? So like the The difference is the bezels. Okay. Ink Blaster says Wacom Pen Tablet 2017 large. Illustrator. Okay, you're illustrating. Fantastic. Thanks for that context, Ink Blaster. Let's see. Art says still implies they're an objective upgrade. I only use one because my brain and motor system can't get along with screenless tablets. They have a lot of downsides otherwise. They have lots of downsides. I think you're saying you can't adjust to screenless tablets, but just to clarify, are you saying that besides that, pen displays have downsides, which I would agree with, right? I sold my 24 HD Cintiq because it's warm and bulky. Well, the good news is this new Cintiq is neither warm nor bulky, so I think people are going to like it. Art says I'd try one because it might be a lot better for you, like it was for me, but there are credible downsides, absolutely. Just search for one of the tablet brands and you'll get a lot of cool videos. Tablet Kitten, is that comment in relation? I'm trying to tie in that comment to, were you responding to something previously? And Art says, yeah, displays have lots of downsides. Screenless do as well, just less and different. Yeah, they're different. They're different. Look, there are people who really cannot use a pen tablet, a screenless, and there's some people who cannot use it. Well, some people can't use a pen display, but it's for very different reasons. It's usually ergonomics, having to deal with the lower back, and and Billy. Okay, yeah. Hey, look, we can do Billy. I love looking at Billy. Though we may need your help, of course, in understanding what's being said or what's being shown. By the way, I have to, just on this topic, Tablet Kitten is raised. I will tell you right now, the videos on Billy are, and then just talking about the production quality, are pretty high end. Like the tablet videos are like really well done. My stuff looks like so primitive, right? But they have some pretty slick videos. Ink Blaster says to Arch, I use screen tablets with graphic novel comics art. By the way, and I'll say this again, the numbers change a little bit, but I'm basically a 90% pen tablet, screenless tablet, drawer, artist. I hate saying the word artist for myself. Hey, by the way, I actually was thinking about drawing something live, right? Maybe I'll do that in the stream as well. I use a pen display maybe 5 to 10% of the time. Depends on what I'm trying to do, but it might be nice to use this as a way of demonstrating the new Cintiq. Okay, let's see. The difference is the bezel. Okay, so this is where I was at with the comment. Let me make it a little bit bigger, right? So I will measure everything and provide numbers, but I just wanted to let you know it is smaller. It is smaller, right? Okay, I tell you what, I'll do it. And you know what I wanted to do is, you may have noticed. Let me show you my YouTube channel for a second. Where's my YouTube? 7 Pens YouTube. By the way, I've renamed my channel. It's not the 7 Pens. Now it's just 7 Pens. My email address is still at the 7 Pens, and the channel, the official URL has it. But everyone was just saying 7 Pens and not having the, so I thought I'd simplify it. Anywho, where is my thumbnail there? Anyway, I made a little, I used this little Apu yesterday you can see it right there, right? For the Cintiq 24 Touch. And it's a little a tablet researcher, Peepo. And I wanted to do this stream is called a Tablets and Chill After Hour stream, and I wanted to have a similar peepo who was just chilling, drawing something like on a pen display. So that is really what I wanted to draw live. Let's see, I have a notification. 1010 thumbnail. I'm going to reply to that. Thank you. Let's see, search engine optimization disaster. Every time you get a pen, rebrand to the new number. Yeah, that would be something. I got a bunch of new tablets. Okay, actually, I got a bunch of tablets. Some are old, some are new. And in that regard, I wanted to share something with you. Give me 1 second. Let me find. Let me go to my Discord, or one of the Discords, where I pasted in something. Where is it? I thought I published it. Let me search collection. Yeah, here we go. Copy image. Well, I can just show it to you, can't I? Why not? Okay, so this is my Intuos Pro collection. Okay, and anything that's in green, I have. Okay, and anything that's in yellow, I do not have yet. But pretty soon, I will have the every Intuos Pro ever made. There's just a few I don't. Now, the only other thing I need to do here, I wish I'd thought about this over a year ago, is I want to make sure I'm getting models with boxes for two reasons. I want to collect the artwork, and I want to also make it easier for me to store these. Because right now, half of these are not in boxes. They're just sitting on the floor, and I'd like to have boxes, especially when the boxes have nice artwork. So that's what I wanted to reveal to you. That's my collection. I now have over 100 tablets. You like the idea, Tablet Kitten? Okay, I'll do it. Okay, let's get back to the Cintiq Pro 20. Sorry, I keep on saying Cintiq Pro because I'm so used to it. One more thing, I just want to talk about heat. So in the stream last night, I said it was cool. And I kept the tablet on for longer, and it was still cool. So heat was exceptionally well managed. With every other pen display I have that does not have fans, it gets slightly warm, not hot, just warm, like you'd put your hand on something, that kind of thing. This one felt, almost the temperature of my desk. Maybe a few degrees above that. Now, I will use a infrared camera to do the actual measurements, but I was super thrilled. So whatever Wacom did with the temperature worked incredibly well. Okay, Nikhil says something interesting. I feel this release of the new Cintiq has been a lot more silent compared to previous tablets by Wacom and others. Is it just in my head, or I'm just early to the news? Okay, Nikhil, I think you raised something. I'd say there's something is been a little weird with the release of a bunch of tablets from Wacom. Not necessarily bad, I'll clarify. So let's take now remember, I cannot go back in time and recall what it was like with previous releases, because I just wasn't paying attention back then. But since 2022, I've been really paying attention to how products are released. And I just want to I know I say this every time we talk about things like this, but I just want to remember, want you to remember, I have extensive experience releasing worldwide products because that's what I did. That was one of my things I worked on when I worked for Microsoft for 30 years. So I have a lot of experience doing it. And maybe I have a lot of opinions about how to do it. With the Cintiq Pro 27, which launched in November of 2022, the release seemed clearly structured from my point of view. The thing was announced. They had, before it was actually available for sale, they had a kind of demo session where it was open to the public. You just had to ask for an invite, and they demoed it. They positioned it. They wrote down every question that was answered, because they couldn't answer every question in the session, and they produced a PDF that answered every question. And then by the time the Cintiq Pro 27 came out, reviewers had written or filmed videos very shortly thereafter. And it was a world, like everyone basically could order it across the world basically at the same time. Since then, things have been a little bit off, where you'll see the product is announced, but the US might not be able to buy it for a month. We saw that with the Intuos Pro 2025. And so some of that's still happening with the Cintiq 2025. It's not as extreme as what we saw with the Intuos Pro, but there are some coordination things, and it may be deliberate, actually. I don't want to say everything's a mistake. It may be deliberate. They may be just trying to do more local releases than do a big bang, as we call it, release, right? But yeah, well, I think they could have gone harder, right? I think they could have gone harder with press, meaning getting articles written about the thing and doing videos, right? And there could be all sorts of reasons why they didn't want to do that. So it doesn't surprise me if some people like you say it feels more silent. I think that's reality. It is reality. Inkbluster says heat and noise is a huge factor. I used to sweat in my drawing forearm with my Cintiq 24 HD. Well, Inkbluster, I think you'll love this tablet if you're going to get it, because it's not on right now. I'm just touching it. It was great for this, and I think people will discover that. I'm going to try to use this more extensively. In fact, I will use it today as I draw, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I think people will like this for the heat and noise, because there's no noise. Let's see. Koyo says my Canvas Pro 24 4K is also quite cool. I use it for 8 hours per day for both drawing and as a monitor. And let me ask you, Koyo, do you find it literally cool, like if you touched your desk, or do you find it cool compared to something that's actually warm, right? Because I feel just a little bit of warmth. It's not bad, but I wouldn't say it's it's not room temperature like my desk. And just as a public service announcement, for any of you who have a pen display or a pen tablet, if you ever feel like it's getting hot, that's unusual. That's not correct. Something's maybe even dangerous then. You should call support. You should turn it off and call support if you ever find that your pen display is getting hot. You should never feel uncomfortable to that degree where if you feel scared, that should not be the case. And I will try to actually use my infrared camera to get some numbers for my warmest display, and see if that'll help us get a sense of what you should expect. Art says, I used Canvas 16 2021 for 5 hours yesterday. Didn't really change external temps. It didn't even feel slightly warm to you, Arch? Koya, yeah, it could be logistic issues, right? I would love to know, right? I would love to know. And I'd love to know if it was, even deliberate. I am used to big global launches that happen across the continent simultaneously, right? That is what I am used to. And so it might be an unfair expectation on my part, because those are the launches I participated in. Now, admittedly, we were launching software, in the cloud, and it's easy to do that in the cloud. Very easy to launch something globally, right? That way, hardware is a different beast. My experience with those kind of releases is a little bit older, back when we had software on CDs. So there, this, how can I say this? I think they still use this term. You have to make sure the channel is filled. Channel means it's short. I mean, in this context, it's retail channel, meaning you have to make sure the stores have the SKUs to sell. SKU means stock keeping units. So you make sure that's available. You make sure reviewers have it. So everything's like going at a certain date. Okay, let me get back to my screen here. So heat was exceptionally well managed. I think tonight I will actually try also. What did I want to do? Did I try last night? I tried using Samsung. Yeah, Samsung and Chromebook. Did I want to try something else with this? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Okay, we'll think about it. I might do a. Sorry, I'm just gonna do a little. First, write down my agenda. There's like some drawing, live drawing. I don't draw well, by the way. I want everyone to understand this. I'm terrible at it. I may want to talk about the Minis Forum UM870 Slim. I mentioned it yesterday, but I might even do a little bit of a demo. Let's see. Art says, I think Canvas 1621 gets a bit warm, but it's not really something I notice. I have one device which gets around 60, 70 Celsius external temps. It feels warm, hot even. Yeah, that seems excessive. K16 is probably 25. That's more like what I'd expect. Nick Tyler, tablets and chilled. Nice idea for illustration. Pepe chopping hot chilies on cool and hey, actually, that's a nice visualization. Or it's right. That's a nice visual. Your comment put in my head there about Pepe. Let's see. Koya says it does have a cool feeling when touched. Not as cool as my desk, but not a warm. Okay, so that's a reasonable feeling to have. Right. The hottest pen display I have personally was the XP Pen Artist Pro 24 165 hertz. It was only slightly warm when at 60 hertz, but if you used it for just a little bit of time at 165 hertz, like it was really warm. Not hot, but really warm, and I felt it was uncomfortable. Oh, right, Koya, good to point out. There are hot spots, warm spots sometimes, which are definitely warmer than others. Got it. Nick Hill asked a good question. Is the touch feature worth it for $200 more? I'm going to lean toward yes, Nick Hill, and let me tell you why. Number one, we're all in our heads now. Our heads are filled with the experience of using touch screens from iPads and phones. So it's something you'll start to want to have. Again, I only use touch rarely, but when you want to use it, you really want to use it. And I think it is worth it. I think it's worth it. Having said that, let me give you an example where it's worth it, okay? There is just something so intuitive. Oh, so my face is not on the screen. There is something so intuitive about panning and rotating a canvas with your hand. And because your hand is right there with the pen, you might as well just rotate it. And yeah, maybe it's only one or two gestures that you're really into, but or zooming as well. It is so intuitive, I think it is worth it. Especially with a tablet like this, which I would expect someone to have for 10 years, I think it is definitely worth it. Okay. What else did I want to talk about? Give me a second. I'm going to look through another list I have a list of tasks. I just want to see if there's anything else I wanted to cover or mention. Let's see. Where is that thing? Yeah, okay, here's one of the tasks or things that people maybe might want me to deal with again, which is Android. Now, I tested a bunch of Wacom devices, and plus a few Huion and XP Pen. And what I discovered is the Wacom devices just generally work better with Android devices, right? Or I should say Wacom tablets and Android devices. But if there's anything else you want me to test, feel free to let me know, right? The other thing is, let's see. Maybe there's one topic I wanted to talk about. Maybe it was what is it called? Samsung. Turns out I buy a lot of Samsung stuff lately. Samsung Book 5 Pro 360, which is a laptop, and more broadly, laptops for digital art. Okay, let's make sure. Anything else that I just have stored up here that might be better for people, or it might be a good opportunity for me to talk about? Okay, at least that's a decent one. Okay, decent list. Most Wanted says, my Campus 27 Pro gets very slightly warm, but you only feel it if you really try to feel the screen. Right side more than left. Okay. I've always been curious with the 27 Pro. I have the Cintiq Pro 27. It's just too much space for me, honestly. Nick said, if you work with 3D, forget about touch. You need much better driver and software support to make it usable. Nick, are you talking about using it on the Mac? Because I feel like it does work very well on Windows, but because you also are mentioning 3D applications, I may not fully understand the context. But you can scroll web pages with dirty, greasy fingernails. Okay. You know what? Let me talk about, before we do any live drawing, let me get a piece of equipment and let me talk about it. And it's sort of going to touch on a topic I mentioned a few months ago. So give me a second. Let me just bring it back over here. Okay, here it is. Okay, so let me just give you my pitch here. Okay. So many times people on the drawing tablet subreddit or the Wacom subreddit or digital painting are asking for what's a good laptop to get for doing digital art. And I have my advice. I wrote up a page. And do I have a laptop with me? Yeah, let's take this one. This, which I do love, by the way. This is a Microsoft Surface Pro 8, and it's I think it's got like a 1 terabyte SSD and 32 gigabytes of RAM. So it's pretty well spec'd out, and it is good, but it gets warm a little bit. I hear the fans. So there's some weaknesses there. I like the keyboard actually. I don't think the pen is great to draw with, but just treat it like a laptop, which it effectively is. Works pretty good. It was really expensive. This cost me I think it cost me $3,000 when I got this a few years ago. And I feel like that's a lot of money that you don't need to be spending. If your requirement is to do digital art and you just don't want to carry something heavy and you don't want to deal with some of the headaches, but you still, you need a more competent machine, one of the things I've been suggesting to people is to get a mini PC. Okay, and we'll talk about them because the price difference is crazy. Like crazy difference. Let's take a look at my chat here. See, Nick says, this is about the touch. Rotation is even worse due to picking center pivot point outcome. Interesting. Oh, Superior Art. What are my thoughts on the XP Pen Artist 22 Plus? Years ago, I wanted the Cintiq 22, but it's too expensive. I like the XP Pen Artist 22 Plus. The only negative, actually, let's address this. This is actually a really good question. Let me just write this down. XP Pen. Because it is good time for us to talk about this, actually. Let me turn on my screen. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to my document website. It'll be good to have this. Where are my recs? This is close enough to it. Okay. Recommendations for pen displays. I want large pen displays. I'm going to have to modify this. Hello, Zalami. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight. Okay, so I have, there are different size categories here in large. So I have a 22-inch section. I'm probably going to merge this with a 22 to 24-inch section. Actually, I'll do it right now. I'll do it in a second. So your question is, how do I think Superior Art says, what do I think of the Artist 22 Plus? I like it. I do like it. Right now, I didn't complete my notes, but let me tell you, it is a very good pen display. Its only negative is that it's HD. Okay, that's it. That's the only negative, honestly. Yeah, the X3 Pro pen could be a little more consistent between units, but overall, I thought it was a pretty good value. And it's better. Often people come and say, should they get this is going to get confusing, Huion Canvas 22 Plus or the XP Pen Artist 22 Plus? And I always tell them, get the XP Pen Artist 22 Plus between those two. However, the situation has changed, okay? And it has to deal with the XP Pen Artist Pro 22 Gen 2. Now that sounds like a very different tablet. It is in fact very similar to the Artist 22 Plus. But let's take a look at the cost difference. It has a high resolution, which is good. But let's take a look at the cost difference. Okay. The XP Pen Artist 22 Plus is, so we're trying to get there. Art says it's 630 Australian dollars right now. Let's see. Let me take a look at the US price, just because I can't do the conversion in my head. I can't do math. Wow, I wish this thing would load. Okay, finally. It's quite a nice looking tablet, though. I'll admit that. Why is this not loading fast? Okay, let me click Buy Now. Let's take a look at the price. Man, this thing is slow, isn't it? Okay. And now, sorry. It's $400. Okay. Now let's take a look at the XP pen, Artist 22 Plus. Sorry, Artist Pro 22 Gen 2. Artist 22 Pro, where is it? Yeah, this one. Okay, now I know the price says $700, but it basically it's been on sale forever. This thing's on sale for $600. I would honestly say, if you're considering the 22 Plus, which is $400, pay an extra $200 and get the Pro 22. It's worth it. That increase in resolution is worth it, right? And every other way, it's the same display. It's the same tablet. So I think it's actually very good. Cintiq 22 is only HD as well. Yeah, and the only thing about the Cintiq 22 is that, it's an older device with an older screen. The colors look a little washed out. And this may not affect you, but it's also noticeably thick, right? It is like a heavy and thick tablet. Art says the resolution isn't a huge issue for me, but how are the pens on the 22 Plus and the Pro 22? Well, if I recall correctly, they use the same pen. Let me double check here. Let's take a look at the specs. Wait. Yeah. The 22 Plus uses the X3 Pro, and the Artist Pro 22 uses the X3 Pro. We'll confirm that, of course. Yeah, X3 Pro. So they use the same pen, right? Again, the only knock, meaning the only negative, the only limitation of the 22 Plus, it's HD, so 1920 by 1080. And if you're sensitive, you'll notice it. Even if you don't think you're sensitive to pixels, you'll notice that the pixels are obvious, and that can be a bit weird. Now, I used that 22-inch pen display at work for diagramming a lot. Even then, I would notice the pixelation, right? That's why I think it's actually worth it to get a higher resolution. But other than that, it's a very decent tablet, right? And the price is good, right? It's $400 again? Koyo says I should install uBlock Origin. Ads are bad on stream. Yes, I know. I'm just too lazy. I'll try to do that, Koyo. I'll try to do that. Let's see, and then. Sorry. I misunderstood your question, Arch. You weren't just asking about the pens, comparing between the two. You were asking them compared to the PW600. PW600 series are better pens. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt whatsoever. Those pens have a higher pressure range, and they're more consistent. So you will get a better experience on average with the PW600 pen than a X3 Pro pen. And that's one of the things XP Pen needs to work on is just getting their X3 Pro pens to be more consistent. If they can solve that, they'll be great. Then you won't have any variance in your experience, or very little variance. Koyo says Cintiq 22 is quite outdated. If you really want Wacom 22-inch, better buy the old Cintiq 22 HD because it would feel the same. Got it. Minus the degraded display. Outdated and still a 2-month salary where you're from. So when a push comes to superior art, the Artist 22 Plus is a fine tablet. Just be aware that you'll notice the pixels, right? Zalami, off-topic question: Have you tried using cheaper off-brand nibs for Wacom pens? Do they affect drawing performance negatively? Line wobble, IAF. I've only tried metal nibs, which I do not recommend because it seemed like it permanently damaged the IAF of my Pro Pen 2. I don't think it affected line wobble, but I wouldn't recommend them. Not everyone sees the problems I saw, but I wouldn't recommend them. Those are, again, metal nibs. I think other people here have tried nibs from various nibs from different companies, and I'll let them comment about how well that's worked for them. Okay, let me get back to my PC topic. Okay, so about $3,000 for this, 32 gigabytes, 1 terabyte of storage. Instead, I want you to consider this. Let me unplug the power cable. Okay. Now, this isn't the most recent one, but it's pretty recent. And there are many like this, but I bought this one because I thought, as I searched through Amazon, it had great specs. So this is a Minisforum UM870 Slim, right? And you can't see it because my face is, let me see if I can hide my face. It's a little better maybe. So here's why it's interesting. 32 gigabytes of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD, on Amazon, $470. Okay? And it works well for a lot of pen displays, right? Number one, it has an HDMI port, which is always, I know it's a little blurry because of the camera, so that's useful. Number two, it has a USB 4 port. And that USB 4 port, works with Thunderbolt. So if you want to connect to your pen display with a single USB-C cable, as long as you buy the right cable, you can put it in here and connect to things. If you want, we can demo it with the Cintiq 24 Touch here. It also has a display port. So just, you can at least get like 3 displays off of this thing, right? And then there's 2 USBs at the front. So it's got enough ports. It's super light. It's cheap. It's $470. And it's not big. It's a little bigger than a Mac Mini. And look how small it is compared to this laptop, right? Actually, let me show you next to a pen. Here's the Pro Pen 2, right? It's actually not, it's not even the width of a Pro Pen 2. It's a little bit, about an inch shorter actually. So not big, and I suppose if you're exporting video or something in Premiere, you'll hear the fan spin up. But if you're just doing normal work in Clip Studio, this is just completely silent. You might, if you put your ear next to it, you might hear like a gentle fan noise, but it's fine. It's quieter than my Surface Pro 8, for sure, right? So I think you should think about things like this because honestly, it is pretty portable, right? It's so good, I actually bought 2 of them. And by the way, I'm not sponsored by Minisforum or anything. This was the surprise of the last few months for me. I didn't expect to like this one, but I really do. And why do I have 2 of them? One was, I have like 4 desks, okay, for different reasons, for different purposes. And so this is sort of like, what's the right word? One of these is for my internet desk, where I'm just browsing the web, okay, and scheduling my doctor's appointments. Everything not related to drawing tablets. And then this specific one, again, same model, this is intended to be used actually for recording videos and demos on the live stream. So that's what this is actually, it's dedicated for this purpose, right? So I just want to give you this. This has worked out extremely well. And you can get more powerful, of course, mini PCs, but I don't think anyone needs those Copilot features Microsoft is pushing. This works really well, right? Let's see. Most Wanted says, the only reason I went for Canvas 27 over the new Wacom 24 was because of the 4K resolution. Yeah, some people will definitely, if you're super sensitive to resolution, then yeah, 4K is probably a better choice. It is a better choice. I think this is good enough. This is good enough for a lot of people, the resolution of the Cintiq 24 Touch. No RTX 5090, no. How much FPS in Cyberpunk? Well, I do game with a separate mini PC, But I'm paying, Fallout 4, which is like from 2014. I think if you look at one of these tablets that reviews it, you'll see it's like, it's not great at gaming, but this is for digital art, not for gaming. Koyo says you can use external GPU with USB 4, so it's good for gaming if you want to. Koyo, can you clarify something? Because this is something I'm never really clear on. Does the presence of a USB 4 port automatically mean that you could use an external GPU? Or does it require some other support to do that in a mini PC? I was really curious. Anyway, yeah, check this out. And okay, now let's get back to. So I think we answered the question on the Artist 22 Plus. We covered the Miniform UM870 Slim. You know what? I'm going to skip the topic on the Samsung Book 5 Pro 360. It's just another laptop that I think has worked out pretty well. Its only limitations is, at least in the United States, you can't get it with anything more than 16 gigabytes of RAM, right? I think people should get 32 minimum, really, for drawing these days. Okay, now I got to figure out how I want to draw here. I've got the Cintiq in front of me. Let me see if there's any more. Oh, there are a few more comments. Ben Boykmas. Hey, thanks for joining the stream. I am still gathering mold and growing mushroom on my back at work. Art says Fallout 4 being from 2014 is yet another reminder of my mortality, and that's still the new Fallout came to me. Yeah, I'm in love with that game. And I think it's really, how can I say this? It's a very emotional game. I avoided playing that game for, a decade because I would just, how can I say this? The idea of living in a wasteland, a post-apocalyptic, it didn't seem like a fun topic. But I will say this: sometimes there are elements of that game that really pack an emotional punch, and I'm enjoying it. I'm doing my second playthrough right now, and so I'm going a little bit crazier. I mean, I have a few mods installed. Now I'm just kind of having fun, right? Okay, Koyo says, yes, USB 4 Thunderbolt. You can use any eGPU. Okay, good to know. Good to know, because I would like to see if this thing, if I want to, will gaming work better? So I will actually check that out. Okay, I need to get some water because I am parched. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And to fuel this session, I decided to get water, sugar-free Red Bull, and pickles. Pickles. These are spicy dill pickles, which may not have been the best choice for essentially a midnight snack. Let's see. Nick says, most art apps are now accelerated by GPU. Adobe are just crippled without modern GPUs. So not sure this mini will be capable for everyone. Nick, is there like a sort of a good example of an app I can use to try, and something specific I can try that would demonstrate it, and I can test it across different machines and see, right? Because I do want to be candid, like, if it's not going to work for certain scenarios like 3D, I'll tell people that. Definitely not for 3D. Okay. It says most wanted. All viewport navigation is handled by GPU. Got it. And so most wanted says a Mac Mini would be better. Yeah, I mean, look, the Mac Mini, I have one, and it's quieter. I think the performance is better, but I just have never tried something demanding like 3D. Nick says, most 3D apps work fine on CPU, with some 2D apps like Photoshop get intentionally crippled to run smoothly only on latest OpenCL drivers. Interesting. Okay, Koyo has some interesting data here. Thank you, Koyo. The GPU on Minisform is about the same as a GTX 1650. The iGPU is not as weak as in the past. Good point. Things have improved. Back in the day, iGPUs were just awful. But they can be surprisingly good. Okay, let me move this out of the way. And, okay, I'll let you pick it for me. I can draw with my Chromebook, but I think I'll probably use either the mini PC or an M4 MacBook Pro. So you tell me what I should use. A Chromebook, the Surface, well, not the Surface because it doesn't have what I need, but the MacBook or the Minisform. You tell me and I'll pick whichever one to do my drawing with. Salami, I've seen some artists tape paper on top of their pen tablet drawing surface. Salami, it shouldn't affect anything because the paper, anything that isn't metal, is transparent to the technology, the radio waves that go between the pen and the tablet. It's only if something is metal or magnetic, you'll see interference, but anything else will go right through. And it has to be that way because the surface of your pen tablet is plastic, and for pen displays, glass, right? So yeah, you shouldn't feel anything. Now, you don't want to keep a huge, 1-inch separation. You want it thin. But yeah, paper will work totally fine. Lots of people paste paper. Doesn't affect anything. Let's see, most ones says Blend will work, ZBrush will work, Substance Painter, Mari, Houdini is not going to work. Oh, sorry, Substance Painter, Mari, and Houdini are not going to work. Probably won't even open. Interesting. I'm actually not even familiar with those apps. One other thing I got for the drawing is my Tourbox. I love this device. I can't draw without it. You know how like when you leave your house without your phone, you feel a bit nervous these days. Like you develop an uneasy feeling. That's how I feel when I draw without my tour box. They're just a little expensive, though, to be fair. Okay. Well, remember, I need you all to tell me if I should use the Mac or should I use the Minisforum or should I use my Chromebook for drawing? And I agree with you, Ben Bugmas. Tourbox is OP. While I'm waiting for people to chime in on which one to use, let me show you something. I have really customized my Tourbox. Like, I even made a little diagram. It shows you exactly how I've configured my Tourbox, right? Like I've configured Clip Studio Paint to have certain shortcuts, so it's very hot. CSP itself is modified for me, and then on top, and then I use the Tourbox, so it's just totally optimized for the way I draw and what I draw. And you know, I was really hoping, I do hope that maybe drawing tablet companies would have branched out by now and start doing more Tourbox type things. They have remote controllers, but I think they could just go harder on it. Art says, my keybinds are so good that Tourbox wasn't a huge upgrade, honestly. But I do like the encoders it has. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay. No one's commented on which one they want me to use. So I'm going to use the Minisforum, actually. Only because I'm more familiar with Windows. That's the only reason. So I may need to do a Windows update for this thing. Okay. Where is the power? Another thing I like about the Minisforum, it does sit power, just like the Mac Mini does. So that's very nice. And I will use the Cintiq 24 Touch for this test. Okay. Oh, Ben Bookmas. I did not, I apologize. Can you tell me exactly what you wanted me to do? I'll do it right now in front of you, okay? Just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Art says default keybinds in drawing apps are terrible. They need to take inspiration from FPS games. Oh, interesting. I hadn't considered that, Arch. I had not considered that. Speaking of which, I actually... I can't remember which game it is. I actually configured the Tourbox to be a game controller. Because it does look like one, right? Oops, okay. I'm just plugging in the equipment here. Minisforum is plugged in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the Minisforum into a CalDigit TS4 dock because that will just simplify a few things. Actually, I'm not going to use the dock. I'm just going to directly connect the Cintiq. And why I'm not going to use a CalDigit is, if I just use the Minisforum, it'll be more like a true test, right? Like if I was traveling with this, could I use it? So I'm plugging it into the USB, the Thunderbolt from the Cintiq into the USB 4 of the Mistform. Now, again, I got to do some Windows updates and things, so be a little patient with me. Next is the on button somewhere. Now I remember why I needed to use the Mistform. Or why I needed to use the Thunderbolt dock, because then you can see what I draw on the screen. But we'll take care of that later. I don't need to do it right at this second. Right now, I'm just going to make sure. I haven't turned this thing on in a little bit. Sorry, I just got to adjust the angle of this thing. Okay, that's reasonable. Let me check my monitor. Sorry, my what do you call it? The overhead view. Is it working? Yeah, it is. Mistform is here. Cintiq. I love this. I love the touch is working here. Okay. So let me log in. And again, I just want to make sure keyboard. I need a keyboard for this thing. Where is a keyboard? I'm looking for a keyboard. You know what? Okay, hang on. Let me find something here. Okay, slight change in plan. I'm just going to draw on my Mac Studio, because otherwise it'll just be a mess with me typing comments and using the keyboard of the Mistform. So I'm going to just shut off the Mistform, and we will see if I can connect. Oh, you know what? I'm just silly. I'll use my MacBook, because it has its own keyboard. Okay, sorry. The reason it's more complicated is my Mac Studio already has 4 monitors attached. I don't even think it'll support 5, right? So I don't want to confuse things. I should have thought of that earlier. Shut down anyway. Okay. I'm glad I decided to draw something on stream, because it makes me realize the mechanics that I have to solve in order to do this, if I ever do it again, which I will do it again. Okay, let me just move the Mistform out of the way. It was a noble attempt. That's one thing I need to solve with my live stream setups, is there are just so many cables involved if I'm demoing something that it gets confusing, not only visually, but just in my own brain. I'm sometimes taken aback about what is plugged into what and how they connect and how to make sure everything is connected correctly. Okay, Mistform is disconnected. MacBook Pro is here. Zalami, it's not an M4 Mac Studio. It's actually the original generation. It's an M1 Max Mac Studio, right? Nick Tyler says TourBox is great, but if you want to feel something indecent, pleasing, try navigating with 3D connection. Okay, let me search what this is. Gold.com. 3D con. Sounds vaguely familiar. Space Mouse, is that what you want me to see, Nick? This thing? Oh, wow. I think I've seen a picture of this. But is it, let me ask a question. This is obviously a 3D thing, but would it be useful for someone who's just drawing in 2D? I'm totally willing to try it, right? And also, is this thing still supported? For some reason in my head, it seems like it was a device that came out a long time ago, but it hasn't been supported. I'm not sure, so let me know. Okay, I'm gonna connect the Mac Studio to my CalDigit dock only because it'll provide power and network and all that jazz. And it will let me capture the screen. Works good in 2D, Nick says. The drivers are very good. Okay, I'll check it out. I love input devices, obviously, because I like drawing tablets. So I'm fascinated by anything that gives us more power and how we, work with a computer to give input. Absolutely. Okay, let me just do my normal cleanup of this thing, make sure everything's up to date. Let's see, just cleaning up a few things. Okay, and let's start clip and connect my Cintiq Pro 24 to the USB, Thunderbolt port. I know you guys can't see exactly what I'm doing, so let me show you. Right? Okay, this is correct. I may need to install the newer Wacom driver, but we'll just give it a try to see if it'll work as is. It does work as is, so looks like I'm good, actually. Okay. Oops, clicked on that. Okay, for now, I'm gonna just draw this way. Then we'll get a zoomed in view because I'm not really set up quite yet. Let me see if I can get a little bit more zoom in here for you all. Where is my zoom? Oops, the zoom is going the wrong direction. There we go. That part's working, at least good enough for now. Now, I also want to plug my TourBox in. You know what? I haven't seen if the Discord chat has anything going on. Give me a second. Okay. I need to plug my TourBox to be plugged in as well. So I hope, it's been a while since I've actually drawn with the MacBook. What's funny is I think the MacBook, this is a, what, an M3 or M4 MacBook. I think it's more powerful than my M1 Max Mac Studio, which feels weird to say. Okay. Yes, allow accessory to connect. Okay, just to make sure I'm on the same page, let me try it out here. Is this Tourbox thing on? Is it listening to me? That's the XP pen driver. Where's the Tourbox console? Oh, it's not set up. That's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Maybe for a bit, I'll just draw without it. I've literally never drawn in front of anyone ever. Like ever in my life have I ever drawn in front of someone. So I wanted to just remind everyone again, I do not consider myself an artist. I'm more of a doodler. And even though I'm capable of drawing like a human face or whatever, I mean, I can draw something that looks like decent. These days, I'm just drawing memes, right? File, I need to close this. Why can't I close this? I always forget how to do things in the windowing system of Mac. I am literally just trying to close this document. Am I not doing it right correctly? Oh, no wonder I'm so silly. There was a dialogue over here asking me a question. I didn't see it. Yeah, okay. Sorry. That was my fault. That was user error. Do I notice the difference between performance of CSP between Mac and Windows? I haven't noticed anything, honestly. I get the feeling it's not heavily optimized for specific platforms, so I can try doing some things. Arch, overbearing judgmental aura. Your peepo isn't anatomically correct. I'm so sorry, Arch. Okay. And I gotta get my hand off the mouse of my normal machine. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep on. You know what I need? I need like a thing I can plug in a bunch of USB devices and switch between the two computers. That would make my life a little easier. That way I don't have to switch input devices. Okay, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to create a new document. Okay, file, new. Sure, it's a 4K image. Okay. And does touch work? Touch works. Okay, great. So what's my concept here? Actually, now that I have this working. Okay, this is good. This is good. What is my concept here? Yeah, I guess a KVM switch would work. I just needed to do the mouse. Because I have different displays. I just want the mice and the keyboard to switch. Okay, I'm gonna have to move my normal keyboard over because I need to bring this closer to me. Okay, and does this feel comfortable for me? Maybe a little lower, maybe. Again, this takes a little more effort to move than I would have expected. Okay, this is working. Is that working? I just want to make sure things are working correctly. Why did not Command Z work here a second ago? Oh, there we go. Okay. CSP performance is basically single core limited, so you better bust out the liquid nitrogen. Yeah, that makes sense. the way I draw doesn't really require a lot of performance, to be quite honest. So CSP has never given me a lot of performance problems, though I do understand some people really push its performance, right? But I rarely use a big brush. And even then, it's usually an airbrush for just, Would you believe it? The top of my pen, the tip flew off. So I'm going to have to pick a different pen. You know what? Why don't I just use the Pro Pen 3? There we go. Yeah, Zalami, I think M4 chips are the highest core performance, I think. Nick says, you know what? I know what you mean. I hated drawing in art school when time is limited and something, and in the end you need to, sorry, I got to zoom this in correctly. To show something at people. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sketch something to give you an idea of what I'm going for, okay? And let me reduce the opacity of my brush, because I'm one of these people who does this, right? Like I build up. At least that's how I start a lot of things, okay? Oops, sorry. So, since it is a peepo that I'm trying to draw, do I need this thing here? How do I close this thing? There. Okay, that's good enough. Let's just pretend that's a peepo face, right? What I want is kind of a, and I just don't know how the math works out here, because I'm not really good at perspective, to be quite honest. I want the drawing tablet here. We can make it look just like a rectangle. And I want our peepo drawing. Like, I'm so embarrassed. Right now, I'm just super, super embarrassed. Right? And I'll just do an Apu. Peepo is actually a different character, but you get the idea here, right? Short, stubby little arms. Just drawing, that's it. Right? And this will be my, remember, the idea here is my tablets and chill. Okay? That's the theme of the drawing. Let me get some more Red Bull to give me wings. Let me get some Red Bull to give me frogs. Or to give me webbed feet. Okay. Why did I suddenly lose drawing? Oh, I picked white as a color. That's why. But you get the idea. Now, I really can't remember what peepo looks like, so I need a reference. Okay, so I'm going to go to a place called the internet. I need a peepo. Let's see. Go to a place called Google. Maybe you've heard of it. And we're going to search for just peepo images. I just roughly need something to add here. Something to be inspired by. I do like, look at this, I'm using the touch. Why is touch not working here? Don't know. Okay, those are decent. Classic peepos. So right now, I'll tell you as a Windows user, the touch isn't, I'm not going to blame Wacom. This is, I think, Mac OS. It doesn't, okay, here it is. You see the problem? I'm moving my hand up. What should happen? It should scroll that way. Instead, it's scrolling in a way kind of opposite. Now, I think I may have turned on natural scrolling or something. That's what's actually the cause of this. but that's just weird. I'll have to figure out how to turn it off. Also, when I let go, notice there's a little bit of, again, I'm blaming Mac OS. You see how it snaps a little bit? And the way I let up. This is probably the classic Peepo image right here, I think, right? This, I know you can't see what I'm pointing at. If I do this, maybe. I think this thing is the classic Peepo image. This is so irritating. Peepo in a blanket. Yeah, I think I want just the classic Peepo. What is this character? I don't know. I guess that's a special one. Okay, let's get one of the, oh, what was that? There was a cat there or something. I like that, Peepo cat. I love this Peepo face too. Serious look. This Peepo is smoking marijuana. Peepo on a duck. I think I have that emote in my Discord server. Okay, some good ones. I just want the classic one. Hey Beer Mix, thanks for joining us. How's the pixel density in this Cintiq? It's fine. I think, it depends how sensitive you are. I feel like I don't really notice the pixels. And maybe as we go along, I'll have more of an opinion on that. I think this is fine for drawing, but if you're sensitive to it, you might want a 4K display. But I think for a lot of people, this will be fine. This will be absolutely fine. Where was that Peepo I found? That's it. That's the classic guy. Let's click this. And what do I want? Again, I've never used the touch interface on Mac. Does right click work on Macs? I'm using my... Okay, I'm just going to use my Shift. Is that right? No. There we go. Okay, I think I've captured that Peepo, even though it's a small one. And does Mac OS put it in the clipboard? I hope so. Let's create a new layer. And I'm going to try to paste it. It's not pasting. Okay. So that's one thing on Windows, when you take a screenshot, it just automatically gets in the clipboard. But it looks like here, it's a little bit of a different model. So I apologize that you're having to see me discover how Mac OS works. Okay, from here I know what to do, I think. Edit, copy, and I'll go back to my picture and paste. Paste to show position. It's tiny, but that's fine. I will select this and this one, right? What is going on here? Oh, I'm getting thrown up because I couldn't use this for a second because a dialog opened up on my other screen. So that's why I was confused. And it opened up again. So the reason for that was why. Because I had a selection. window keeps opening up there, preventing me from doing any inputs. So let's select, deselect. There we go. So I just need to get the rough proportions of the face. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. And let me, let's see, Nizen has a good question. Is the SenseLabs pen tablet better than the XP Pen Deco Pro Gen 2? I'm not entirely sure, Nizen. They have the same family of digitizers, but I don't know if they have the same exact digitizer. The Deco Pro Gen 2 tablets released after the SenseLabs pen tablet. So I think, and this is something I think Tablet Kitten mentioned, she suspects that the Deco Pro Gen 2 has a more modern digitizer inside, and that has some advantages, right? So they're either very similar, and or the Deco Pro Gen 2 actually is slightly better. That's what I would guess. And in what way would it be slightly better? I think the Deco Pro Gen 2 has less diagonal wobble a bit, but they both have a little bit of diagonal wobble. So, that's why I say they could have the same digitizer or in the same sort of family or generation. Art says, in my day, we called him Keck. I forgot about Keck. What was that? Some Egyptian. It was like some back in the 2016 elections. There's some Egyptian god thing, a frog. And let's see. I want to say okay, and I want to use the select thing. Actually, I'm gonna paint. I'm not gonna paint the blackout. I'm just gonna trace over. And now I created let me show you differently here. I created a vector layer right here, right? And I like vector layers. I actually have like a 30-minute video on using vector layers in Clip Studio. It's unlisted. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna paste it. I would love everyone's feedback on it. Let me just get it real quick. It's on my YouTube channel, but it's unlisted. But if people have feedback, if you're a Clip Studio Paint user, I'd love to see what you think about the video, because I want to publish it, but I think I need a little feedback about it. Let's see. I'm going to paste it in chat here. Okay. Link to my CSP vector tutorial. Please share feedback. And if you want to share feedback, you can email me or just tell me in the Discord. Okay. And for those of you who don't know what the Discord is, let me type in the Discord URL. Okay. So, again, I'm going to have to move this keyboard because it's right where I'm drawing. My hand is on the tour box, which isn't connected because I don't have the shortcut set up. So I'm going to move it away. What do I need to do here? Oops. I need to turn off these stupid radial menus. So let me go do that. What do you call those things? Is it touch and gestures? No. On-screen shortcuts? Sorry. How do I turn off the that UI coming up. Is there a quick way of doing it? Like I don't want to see these things here. Can I just turn them off? Because somehow my hand is causing them to appear. Okay, maybe I'll try it again a bit later. For right now, let me. Actually, I wonder if I can turn off touch. Sometimes I want it on with a button. Let's go to devices, Pro Pen 3. Instead of right click, I'm going to see if I can turn off touch. Pressure hold. I need to do a video on precision mode and pressure hold. Mode toggle. Oh, that's interesting. Apparently you can set a button to switch between mouse and pen mode. That's wild. Well, there's nothing here to turn on and off touch, which is sad. I wanted to enable touch with one button and turn it off with the same button. But for right now, I will just use this thing. Okay, sorry for the delay. I felt like touch was causing things to happen when my hand was resting on this. And I just want to get a nice pen. A marker, milli pen. I'm going to make this rough. So I'll say it's no anti-aliasing, just for now. It's a vector layer, so I can always add more anti-aliasing. No stabilization. I want a rough look. Let's go ahead and use 8. That's not even big enough. Let me... trying to undo the stroke. Select, deselect. Why can't I undo strokes here? Oh, I get it. Goes back to which I was hitting the wrong keyboard. Nice. Select, deselect. Okay. We're still online. I didn't accidentally kick myself off the stream. Okay, what do I need? I need a thicker brush. Let's try this one. Maybe a bit thicker still. Yeah, it's 15, yeah. I like odd-sized brushes on the theory that there is a pixel that's the center. Okay, let me check chat. And I'm going to rotate the peepo. Because he's not supposed to be sitting up so high with his head. Okay, that's good. And I'm going to make this a little more transparent, I think. And erase some of what's back here, since I have a reference for his head now. I'm not going to trace the peepo exactly. I'm going to sort of do a rough... I want it to look rough. I don't want it to look like it's highly polished or anything. And yes, there could have been an easier way for me to delete all this. But we'll do it now. Get the milli pen, marker, 15 point, opacity. Everything looks good. I'm going to turn off any stabilization. Believe it or not, sometimes I want a rough look. I actually use a mouse, which sounds crazy for me, but I'm deliberately drawing this line to be rough, okay? it's meant to be rough. And let me hold down E to get the eraser. The eraser's a little thick. A little smaller will help me. Oh, and I can actually zoom, you know. There, I enabled touch for that. And where's my... You see how I'm deliberately making the line a little rough? That's maybe too rough. And this is why I like vector layers. Oops. Is that you can overshoot the line and just use the eraser to get rid of it real quickly. Like that. See, that goes into the eye, you just use the vector eraser. Now, I know other apps have a vector eraser, but this is the first app I ever used that had it and integrated it so well. Okay, so I've got a reference there with the head. I don't think I need the rest of that reference around anymore. Oh, maybe I do need a little bit though. I want eyes. Let's see, Nick has an interesting comment. Have you tried traditional gesture drawing practice on different tablets? Those super loose 1 minute gestures like line of action. I haven't tried, Nick. I have to say that I kind of learned to draw in a very lazy way, meaning I just started drawing, so my technique is really bad, and I've never, even informal stuff, I have almost never done. I'm one of those classic stories of, you know, a young boy who started reading comic books and just kind of, you know, started tracing the comic books and then didn't know anything. And I just slowly, painfully got better. And I probably wasted decades of just, you know, bad technique and being inefficient when I could have just like tried to study. But yeah, that's my burden. Okay, the eyes, I want them to look like it's actually looking down. I think that works. So, as I'm using this Wacom, I'll tell you a few more things I'm just noticing. Even though there is a texture, I kind of feel like I might want just a little bit more. It's not like little texture, but since I haven't drawn on a pen display in a while, I think I might appreciate just a tad bit more. There was a couple of moments where I felt a bit like the pen was slippery a little bit. Not just a little bit, not like an iPad. The iPads are way too slippery. Sarvan, thanks for joining the stream. I'm just chilling, doing some, creating a thumbnail for some of my future streams. Beermig says, talk about drawing. One thing I personally do is start a doodle. Is making some basic shape and then add some face those shapes and maybe choose one and work around. Okay, I like that. I think that's in some ways it's similar to what I do. For me, when I draw, especially when I'm doing this kind of meme stuff, like once I've got the face, the rest seems to follow. So I try to sketch out, just like what I've done here, some basic layout. And once I've gotten that, everything else seems to like fit in a little bit better. I will say, I tend to have to redraw things a lot because especially when I'm trying to be really clean. I'm not trying to be super clean here, but for me, that redrawing is a big deal. Important to me. Some people seem to be like, they can just get it right from the beginning. Toucan says, what's the next review? Cintiq 16? Yeah, as soon as, in fact, let me just check to see if Wacom actually has it. I don't think they do on their store yet, but let's take a quick look here. Wacom. Products, Cintiq. Let's see. Still out of stock, so I can't order it yet. Yeah, but as soon Toucan the 2nd, this is available. I will order it. Hopefully, I'll get it in a few days, and I will do two things. I'll probably do a live stream again for this thing, as well as I'll add it to my text review. So I'll merge the Cintiq 24 Touch and the Cintiq 16 as a document, right? As for Sarvan, you got a good question about who wants to start digital art. Listen, you're getting some comments here about starting with pencil and paper, and I think there's a lot of validity to that because lots of people, I think, if they can stick to pen and paper, then you know they'll stick to digital. Having said that, if it's already a done decision in their mind that they want to go digital and they want to get hardware, generally I recommend people getting a pen tablet unless they already know it won't work for them. Actually, let me just back it up. Actually, my advice is simpler. If they already have a tablet like an iPad, use that, or a Samsung Galaxy Tab S series. Use what you have. If you don't, then it might be worth getting one like that because they aren't too expensive. And those are standalone tablets. And see how far that goes. Because at the end of the day, if you don't like digital art, you still have a tablet you can browse the web with. But if they really want a dedicated tablet, then generally I say get a pen tablet. But they should be comfortable with the idea of not looking one place and drawing somewhere else. That can mess up people in their brain. But yeah, I generally say pen tablets. But first, if you have a tablet you're already used to. Cintiq 16 should be good. My only disappointment with it right now is they didn't offer it touch, honestly. Because I think touch is going to be more and more important because we've developed expectations around touch. And I see here vector pads are being shown, so let me stop that. Okay, back to this. And Arch, I would agree with your comment too, which is you want I generally, for 99% of people, I say get a medium-sized tablet. Don't get a small one. Small one will generally, remember, you can always take a medium and shrink it. Toucan asks, does the Pro Pen 3 work with the Galaxy Tab S10 Ultra? It does not. It does not. And I have tried. Oh, I mean, not with the S10 Ultra, but the S8 Ultra. And those use the same tech, though. Okay, let's see. Where would a hand be? Where would a frog's hand be? Why is it not drawing? Oops. Well, let me repeat that. There we go. Okay. I guess it would be here. See, little simple peepo are. This peepo may be too big. His body may be too big. I keep turning touch on and off because when I started drawing, I was accidentally hitting touch too often. Okay. There we go. Now I've drawn the table. You can see why I like vector layers, huh? Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I always get tripped up on what you're seeing and what I'm seeing. Thank you so much, Tukan. Let's see. Now my challenge is, let me clear up some space. I'll get rid of this layer. And then I'm going to erase a little bit of this, my sketch. Because I don't need this. I can't. Of all the things people should see me draw for the first time ever, it's a frog. But remember, I'm doing this to play with the tablet, and I'm liking it. I was afraid 24 was too big because I was a huge fan of 22-inch size, but I'm liking it. This is working for me. This size is working for me, okay? Okay, now I want to create a new vector layer. I'm going to make a different color because I'm not sure what to do with this, this tablet that I'm drawing. So I'm going to sketch a little bit. Okay. Because I want people to see the screen, but how can they see the screen? Man, that leg was messed up, isn't it? That's silly. Okay, I'm just going to draw a wedge here. And maybe this will help guide my sketching here. Okay, now it's a wedge. Okay, I think I see where this is going. And I guess I'll draw like a stand there. Kind of like what the Wacom has. Right? See, Ben Boykman says, my tablet is usually on my chest height anyway, so I always look straight into it. Mine's something like that, 50, 60 degrees. Advantage of 1.6 meters short stack. On a monitor arm with my left-hand controller's under the tablet. Wait, your left hand, I'm trying to understand, Arch, the setup you're talking about. Your left-hand controller is under the tablet? Like you don't have it off to the side? Okay, this is, I think, working. And then I would say I'll put the peepo arm like this. I think I made my peepo's arms too big though. Okay, it's kind of messed up. It's kind of messed up. But at least it's a starting point for what I want to do here. So I'm going to make this layer darker. I'm going to erase the original since I don't need it anymore. I guess I could hit delete. I don't need that layer at all. Go back here, create a new vector layer, and start drawing. That's not what I wanted. You know, I don't want to draw like a realistic hand. I'm trying to draw something primitive because I want to keep it true to the kind of primitive style of this peepo. Like, you know, you can make these look too sophisticated. And I'm not trying to make them too sophisticated. I'm trying to make them look primitive. When they get too sophisticated, it can make it look like it's overworked or just doesn't fit in with the style. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for here. Let me zoom in a bit. Here's my zoom. Ooh, that's a little too much, but that's okay. And then we'll do like a really bad pen. Okay. Primitive, ugly, but at least I'm having fun learning to use this tablet. And I'm having trouble clicking on the buttons here. Does anyone know? So what's happening is I have a monitor over here, and the screen of the laptop, which is where my hand is pointing, and then you're seeing my hand here. And when I right click here, a menu's appearing on the other monitor. Is there any way in Mac OS I can tell it, hey, go here, make everything go here? You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure why it's choosing to do this. But that is a little irritating. Let me try using the mouse. Will that be any different? Oh, sorry, I mean the keypad. Touch is not enabled. I just want to merge the layers. I guess I can just do it like this then. Merge with layer below. There we go. Now this and erase some things. Again, I'm going to redraw this. This is just for me to learn how to use the tablet and get used to Clip Studio on the Mac. Now, another thing I'm learning to do is to use the navigator window, this thing right here. Which again, because I use Windows and I'm using the toolbox so often, this navigator window I rarely touch on Windows. But now, since I'm forced to use it, I'm developing that muscle memory about it. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's see, there's some comments here. Something, Open Tablet Driver UI is really broken on Mac OS 26. Toucan, have you in the OTD Discord, have you let them know this? Because I'm sure they'll be interested. And I'll test it out. Okay, wait a second. Mac OS 26 is still in beta, right, Toucan? So maybe it'll be addressed by the time it actually ships later this year. Let's see, saying you can't use the buttons in the app because of that. Got it. Bearmick says this Pepe truly reflects the spirit of the community. There we go. Isn't Toolbox available on macOS? It is. And maybe I'll spend a minute trying to see what's going to happen is I need to download the shortcut keys, and that's I have to find where I saved it, and I don't know if it's going to work. Actually, let me give it a try. Oh shit, it's complicated because I customized how Clip Studio's shortcuts work, and okay, so that's the problem. That's why I'm not using the toolbox here. Okay. Oh, now I'm going to draw in red, just again to help. Okay, and this is again why I like to use the vector layer, is that I don't have to be precise. Oops, I didn't mean to erase that. I meant to do this. What the heck? Oh, I see. Now I'm going to say something a little, maybe not controversial, but I do like the Pro Pen 3, but I still think I like the Pro Pen 2 better, to be quite honest. Okay, now I'm going to draw some kind of screen here. I'm so bad at this. Let me erase some of this. And then what I do is I'm going to merge this layer down. Right? Okay. And then select black here, then do File, no, sorry, Edit, Convert to Drawing Color. So now all the red becomes black. Okay, so it's getting there. I wish Ben Boykman says, I wish I had more time to draw. You know, to be honest, I'm so busy making videos and documents and live streams about tablets. I haven't been able to draw much in the last few months. Probably not even for the last 6 months. I've barely drawn anything. Oops, I deleted everything a second ago. Man, I hope I did. Okay. Got panicked for a second. And so I feel really bad, and but I'm happy now. I'm actually forcing myself to draw something, right? So I'm going to call this late night. Tablet and chill. Yes, Clip Studio can save there. And again, I'm glad for this opportunity because I am able to now draw again with this this Mac, which I have not used much actually. I love, oops. I love using this, what do you call it? Vector layer. And making these deliberately imperfect lines. Okay, you know, I'm going to tell you something. Since you guys are seeing me draw this, and I'm getting a little, gosh, I hope people think I can draw better than this. I'm just to brag a little bit, I'm just going to show you something I did draw, which is a little bit more normal. Krish says, XP Pen Deco Pro Gen 2, very good. I liked it. In fact, since you brought it up, let me get one of my reviews or notes on one of them. Deco. Pro Gen 2. And I reviewed the XLW, which I like a lot. And let me paste it in here. Okay, I pasted in a link to that, Krish, what I'm just about to. There we go. Mekis says, is your desk that huge, and what desk brand are you using? Yeah, it is huge. This is a large desk. Actually, to be more consistent, there are 2 desks. You're seeing 2 desks. Let me... Okay. Do you see there's a thin line here? Okay. From here down is one desk. From here up is another desk. There's actually 2 desks put together. So it is huge. It's twice as deep as any normal desk. Okay. And I believe the width here is 70 inches, almost, or 72 inches. So it's pretty wide, and it's probably, I don't know, 30, it's, what is it? 60 inches deep. So it's the total assemblage here. And I like this wide thing because when I'm streaming, actually, you haven't seen what this looks like, so give me a second and let me just show you. Okay. I need to do a little window movement here. And I need to get out of the way a little bit. Now watch what you see here. So that's my streaming setup. You're seeing 2 desks. It's very wide. This is maybe not giving the sensation of how big it is because it's a kind of a fisheye effect right now. But that's what I'm doing. And there's just so many cables everywhere. That's why I have 2 desks, right? So that's a 32-inch display over here. That's a 32-inch over there. There's a 32-inch in the middle. Up there is my teleprompter. That's when I look at you. That's what I'm looking at. So there are 4 displays connected to a Mac Studio. You can't see it. It's just underneath there, right? Oh, you asked about the brand. This one, the big one, I love it, is an uplift desk. Now, I don't use the raising, lowering at all. I just leave it at its default height. Behind it is a much less expensive, some table I got from Home Depot. I can't remember the exact brand. Husky, I think, right? And the camera, people are saying, I didn't know it had zoom. The camera is a OBS bot, right? One word, it's not related to OBS Studio. OBS bot Tail 2, okay? So I can make it zoom in and out. It's an optical zoom too. And also it's a PTZ camera, so I can tilt it. I can like go here and tilt it up at the ceiling or tilt down if I wanted to, right? So it's quite a little setup. And the software has memory, so even though I've messed up what it's pointing at, I think, shoot, I keep clicking on the wrong button here. I can actually get it back to a previous zoom state. See? It did that kind of for me because I saved it in memory. It's worth it. Listen, this is really good. Now, it's expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's worth it. It's worth it. And let me zoom in so you see how deep it can go, okay? Now, it's got like 12x zoom, and I think like up to 8x is optical, and the rest is digital. But let's just watch what happens. Let's see. I've actually not zoomed it in all the way on my desk yet. Look at that. You can get that close, okay? That's pretty good, I think. I think that's pretty good. It's such a nice picture, in fact. I am debating, so the camera in front of me, the teleprompter, behind it is a Sony A7 IV. A little bit of an expensive camera. I'm thinking about using this instead, okay? And just so you know, there's another camera here. This is my Sony A7 something. I can't even remember what the hell, right? So the setup is dedicated for streaming and video recording. I don't use this desk for art. I don't use it for coding. I don't use it for browsing the web. It's literally reserved for streaming. Now, I know it seems excessive, but I used to try to have one desk where I could do everything, coding, videos, streaming, audio record, like everything. But it just got too messy, too many wires, too many different things going on. So I decided to take this room I'm in is dedicated for this purpose. This used to be my bedroom. This is the largest room in the house. This is like a master bedroom. And it's just dedicated for this task, right? And actually there's another desk to my left for like associated stuff, like tablets that have to be near me as I'm testing, right? So sorry for the little bit of distraction there, but I just wanted to share with you like how, how elaborate this setup is, right? Let's see what Art says. And one of my dreams is to build an art-specific desk where I can just roll my chair into and draw immediately with a PC. Yeah, that's exactly what I have going. Not for this desk, but there's another desk. Actually, okay. Let me back up. I'm going to draw something for you all, okay? Since we're talking about all this jazz. Okay. Let me start a new picture. I'm going to explain this to you. This is the 7 pence tablet wing of the house. Actually, let me do the map of my second floor of my house, okay? My house is about 4,000 square feet. I don't know what that is in square meters, okay? So this is about 2,000 on top, okay? So total for 2 floors. Okay. And roughly speaking, there's a big bedroom here. There's a small bedroom here. This isn't quite the scale. This is actually not quite right. The room I'm in is here. There's another room here, and these really are one big room. And then there's like a stairs, right? That comes from downstairs to upstairs. There's a bedroom here, and then there's a bedroom here, and then there's a bathroom here, kind of, and then there's another bedroom here. Okay, so let me show you all the bedrooms for a second. You guys can't see. Okay, I'm just being stupid now. You can't see. Why is it not? There we go. Okay. So here is the tablet grotto. This is where I store about 100 tablets. Okay? This is where I actually sleep. That's supposed to be a bed. This is one big room. There are 2 desks here. This is where I actually create like content. There's another big desk here, which is where I watch like movies. So this is like content and coding. And then there's another desk here which is filled with like equipment. And then here you're seeing 2 desks. This is where I'm sitting and streaming. Here's my monitors. And then here's another desk here, right? So getting back to Arch's comment, when I want to draw, I actually there's a chair here, which I roll over here. And this is dedicated for movies and drawing, right? Which has a big 50-inch or 43-inch TV or monitor here. So that's what's going on. This is where I draw. This is where I write stuff. This is where I stream and record videos. And this is storage for my tablets. That's how it all works. So every week I tweak something here. Like I change the lighting or how the desk works or how things are connected. So this has really changed over time. It's getting just more and more. You can see Maruta Bibito 88. Curious if this tablet works on Paint side too. It should. There's nothing special about it. It'll work just like any other tablet. Okay, let me get back now to my actual subject of this, which is drawing a frog today. Hope you didn't mind that little virtual tour of what this place looks like. Okay, so I needed to erase some of these things. Oops. And then change the color to black. Okay, great. So we've done that. I've got this really bad looking tablet is drawn. Let me merge these 2 layers. Okay. And I'm thinking I want to actually draw the title. Okay? And I'm going to, I'm kind of liking this. I rarely use the navigator window. So I'm going to draw something here. I'm not sure what style I want to finally go for, by the way. But right now, I'm just going for the traditional Peepo style. I don't know. I've never actually done lettering. So let's just see what it looks like if I just do it. Remember, it is designed to be, or rather, it's intended to be primitive, okay? So please don't criticize me too much. Frankly, I'm just amazed I even remember what these letters even look like. What does an and symbol look like? I actually can't remember. Is it like this? How does it look like? No. Is overhand like this, Nick? Is that an overhand grip? Okay, I'm gonna just put a plus sign. How's that? So whenever I go online and stream and just want to hang out, I'm gonna use this as a thumbnail. Okay. I've tried this grip before when my hand hurt. Like, here, let me show it to you. Where is it? Oh, I can't reach that way. I've tried when my hand hurts. I do this, or I just switch hands. I've tried. I think I tried this when my hand hurts, like this. Someone told me today I draw with my fingers too low on the pen or very low. I think some people are more like this. I cannot do this. Okay, now let's add some color. And I need to move this actually. It's too high for a thumbnail to be up that high. And I'll move it, actually, I'll come back to that, okay? So for anyone wondering, so far I'm really enjoying the tablet. I'm surprised. I always thought 24-inch tablet would be too much for me. But this is actually working out quite nicely. And one of the few times I've actually, like, again, tried drawing a little bit something live in front of an audience. And I'm going to move the frog a little bit over, actually. And I'm going to get the vector editor. Where is it? Is it this thing? Control point, move, there. Now, hide that, and I can delete these stupid layers. And I'm going to change the background to some random color just so I can know when I'm filling in correctly. I'll make it like a purple. The background page. Then when I fill in colors, it'll be more obvious. Arch, you've brought this up before. The radial pressure sensing. I don't think they'll ever do it. I'm just not sure how they would ever do it, right? Because I feel like I can't imagine the design of an EMR pen that could sense radial pressure. But if you have an idea of how that might work, I'd be really curious. Ben Boykman says, man, you made me want the Cintiq 16. I can't wait to try it out. I think I'm going to be very happy. This is a little bit of a larger tablet, so if I think I had to do sketching live in a stream, I'll probably use the Cintiq 16, honestly. Because I can't, because it doesn't have touch, and that's the thing. I think I need touch, actually. But I'll at least have a stream with it. Okay. Let's see. I hit that. Superior says, waiting for the day Huion XP1 releases 32K pen sensitivity. Yeah, it'll happen one day, and I'm sure Wacom will stick with 8,000, which is what they should do, because it just doesn't make any difference. Not that in my measurements anyway, I've seen. Okay. Should I do this? Let me just try doing it the normal way. First, I turn on reference layer. Then underneath this, I'm going to go with a normal layer. And then fill, zero tolerance, connected pixel, reference, fill up the vector path, no anti-aliasing. Let me do a test fill. Perfect. Now this is where the rubber hits the road and we see how well things are. I'm just going to guess the colors. Actually, yeah. No, that's not. I think the color of the shirt's much more blue. Oh, that didn't work out. This is where it gets tough. You want to know why why it's bleeding. And the only way to do that is to take a look at the vector paths and then get this darn editor and find out where the bleeding starts. And I'm not sure. Maybe it's this. Let's try. How can this be bleed? Oh, here it is. I think I figured it out. Now let's try it. There we go. Now this should not have gone. But we'll fix that. This is one thing Clip Studio could be better at, is helping me deal with colors that leak. It does have an ability to do it, but it's this close the gap feature. But for some reason, I feel like it's, I don't know, maybe I feel like it's cheating to use the close the gap feature. And the pen, I need to fix. There's so many broken gaps here. And, okay. You know what's surprising to me? I'm missing my chore box, but I'm actually getting the hang of really using this Mac OS, and the keyboard, which surprises me. And the tools like the Clip Studio Navigator. There's another little. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. I know this is white. This should be black. And I'm not sure the exact color of this. Oh, this leaked everywhere. So let me select that color and get rid of that for a second. We'll need to examine this to figure out where the leak is. I don't know, maybe I'm just paranoid, but I always try to make sure my vector layers are perfect and they don't have any, what do you call them? Any moments where there's a break. And until I fix those errors, colors will leak. Though I'm having trouble seeing where they leak in this case here. So I may have to zoom. This may be a source of the leak. This is the source of the leak. That probably is not leaking. Maybe leaking is not the best word to use for the problem here. I need to make sure that these vector lines don't have a gap. Okay, that actually is correct now. But I lost track of which color I was using. So let me get back here. Did I have color here somewhere? That's probably decent enough. Okay. Eyes are work. I think this mouth color is like this. Right? And it's close enough, I think. Okay, and I'm gonna pretend this is the Wacom tablet. Let's give it not quite a gray color, but again, I gotta fix things. What about this? These don't leak. That's good. But this does. What about in the middle? That leaks as well. Let's fix. This is right here is another Clip Studio thing where I wish when I erased lines to the intersection, it did a better job merging these. There's probably a really good reason why it does it this way, but it just, when you start looking at it, it gets, can create artifacts, and at the very least it can look a little ugly. Gotta fix this. Okay, let's see if that works. Actually, I know it's not going to work. I just saw this is incorrect. Okay, that's promising. Oops. I mean, not exactly the color I wanted either. That looks semi-okay. Leaking the color. Yep, here's another. That's surprising. I don't know why I'm experiencing this leaking, as I call it, more often right now than I usually have. Usually I don't encounter it so much when I draw. Oops. I meant to zoom out here. Okay, and then this is a desk. So let's pick a color. I'm not a good color picker either. Okay, sure. That's a decent color. And then if that's that color, then this shouldn't be purple. Maybe it should be more of an orange. Let's see if that works okay. And now I turn on this. Make this the reference layer. Then let me fill with just white here. There's a leak there. Leak there. Leak there. Okay, so a couple of leaks that I need to fix. There on the B, I can see it pretty easily. The H, yeah, I see it. The L, yep, C leak. That should cover all those cases. Oops, didn't fix that. The B I did fix. Zoom in. As frustrating as it is, as bad as this looks, I'm really happy I decided to draw on the stream. Not because this picture is good, but because, again, I am actually getting better at using a Mac OS for this task. Even though I demo with Mac OS a lot, I really draw as much as I should. Please let this work now. There we go. Let me turn off the vector paths. Okay. Oops. Okay, so I have at least the basis for a stream thumbnail. Oh, a little bit of an error there. We'll fix that. I didn't get the interior part of the A correct. But I should be able to select the magic wand and then delete. There we go. Great. I'm surprised I'm able to be this productive without the toolbox. And it makes me realize how much I've missed drawing. turn off the vector paths. Now things look correct. Now my question is, how do I want to make this look any better? Do I want to get a little more advanced, or at least experiment with it? And my idea is to turn off these kind of like rough lines and actually maybe try painting this. Okay, so we're going to try that. It may not end up nice, but I'd like to try, because it's been so long since I've actually done anything like that. Okay, now I need to duplicate this. I put them all in a group layer. I'm going to duplicate it, right? Hide the original, and then hide the lines from this. And then let's just see how this will actually work. Let me maybe show a few of the lines there, just to guide my hand. Actually, it looks kind of nice this way. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm actually gonna merge this layer down. Okay. Now, let's just try a little bit of painting. This is an experiment. Remember, I normally don't do this kind. Art says, if you paint a peepo, it has to be extremely realistic and grotesque. I don't want them to be grotesque. I want them to be cute. And when they get too realistic, they look too weird. Too weird. Adi, hey, good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. For the first time ever, I'm actually drawing live to test this tablet. Nizio, Martin, good to see you. Wow, we got all sorts of people showing up now. And you get to see me doing my really interesting bad art. But I'm trying new techniques. So far, by the way, for Adi and Nizio, I'm really liking the Cintiq 24 Touch. I'm really liking it. I thought it was going to be too big maybe, because I like the 22 size so much, but it's working out. The resolution hasn't been proving to be a problem. Everything's working good. It's looking good. Touch on macOS isn't quite as good as in Windows, but I'm liking it. I'm liking it. And I started off with this kind of, very, what would you call it? Flat color look. I'm actually going to paint it now. I mean, I have not done this. This is not normally how I do things. I normally just draw in black and white, by the way. But this time I'm going to play. Why not? And we're going to see. Am I using a clipping mask for line art? You know what? I just don't use clipping masks. I just use reference layers. I draw in a vector layer. And that's something I need to learn and become adapted to, using clipping masks. I've fooled around with them like a year, 2 years ago or longer, but it just never stuck in my brain. A lot of and just in general, I haven't adapted a lot of new technology. Okay, what kind of brush do I want here? I'm just going to try something, okay? I'm just going to paint over this this is just me playing, so don't take it too seriously. I create another layer, and I'm going to zoom in, and I'm just going to try to see if I can add some highlights. Right? Now, these highlights won't build on each other because I'm drawing with maximum opacity as a brush. It's the layer that is that is having the opacity reduced. So let's see how this works. Again, this is just experimental. Oh, sorry. You know what? Oh, sorry. I gotta sneeze. Sneeze is torturing me. I have better display installed, but I haven't even tried using it. Let me. Where is it? I think this is better display. Yeah, here it is. Okay, click here to configure. Okay, what should I do here? Hi, is this the setting I should enable? Adi, I've tried the auto shading in CSP, but I never really liked it. I mean, yeah, I just never really liked it. Maybe it's gotten better over time. Inkblast says, add texture overlay on Peepo's face and scan a photoreal. No, come on, that's too much. That would make him look disturbing, I think. Okay, I gotta see if I can adjust this high resolution. Okay, that helps. That helped. When this is not configured, when it's set like this, it's hard for you to see, I think. But when I click this on, things get nice and sharp. And I'm going to put my eyes real close to this to take a look here. Huge difference. Huge difference. So I like it. I like it. And since some of my windows are popping up over there, I'm going to click Set as Main Display. Whoops. Things moved around. Don't worry. We're going to move this back here. Hopefully this will make it a bit easier for me. Okay, what else do I want to do? I want to do a little bit of shading here. Actually, before I get shading, let me get a little more highlights there. Brush size. You see the look I'm going for. It's not... I'm keeping it kind of sketchy too. Oh, what did I wanted to show you what I can do, because I know you're seeing this stuff. You saw it, Adi? You saw the text get crisper? Good, good. It's a big difference. It's a big difference. No, void-outs, don't worry. We're just, I'm here as long as people want to stay here. I'm just literally just drawing to test out the tablet. So, you know, you just missed us just chatting. And feel free to ask any questions. I'm just drawing the thumbnail for, this is a tablet and chill stream, so I'm just drawing thumbnails for the next time I have one of these streams, right? And let me add a little bit of like, forgot how the light works on these people's eyes, so we'll take care of that later. I just wanted something here. Are there other height? Let me see what I got here, Nizia, for height. How would I check this exactly? I don't know how to exactly check a list of resolutions. Void outs. Glad you think this is cool. Is it the first drawing focus? Yeah, it is. I've never drawn in front of people, like literally ever in my life. So that's like 50 something years of never doing it. So this is kind of rather unique for me. What did I... Okay. What did I want here? I wanted this... yeah. I wanted this. Let me merge some layers. Maybe now I'll see the menu come up correctly. There we go. Merge with layer below, merge with layer below. Let's add now a new. And what is this damn thing? I don't want this timeline window. How do I close it? Yeah, get out of here, buddy. And let's get back here. Hopefully everyone can see what I'm going for. I just want a little bit more class to the people. Adi, just watched the last live stream. Yeah, you know what? The Chrome OS on the Wacoms worked way better than I thought it would. I was shocked. Let's see, I used them a lot for drawing, but now I install Windows on it. They dropped a couple of driver support for Linux. Sorry, who dropped driver support for Linux? Was it Wacom? Oh, graphic driver support, sorry. I thought you meant tablet support for Linux. Or tablet driver support. Add a little bit of shading. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something I'd actually drawn. So I'm going to go over to... Some of you have seen this, but I'd feel bad if you thought that peepos were all I could do. So let me go over to the drawing tab of Discord. And under, where is it? Art Showcase, yeah. And I think I am in here somewhere. Oops, typing in the wrong place, Am I somewhere here? It was here, right? I know I had. Let me try searching this way. £7. Okay. Why don't I see it here? Well, I guess I'm just confused. I thought I'd be able to search here. And, okay, well, I just wanted to show you something I'd actually drawn, but it's more problematic than I thought. Let's see. Adi says Google dropped graphic driver support in Linux and Chrome OS, so Blender stopped. Oh, really? Interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. I mean, that they drop support for a driver. The shading is really bad that I'm adding here. But at least it's giving a little bit of dimension. I'm not being too exact. You know, I can use the airbrush maybe. And let's do a little bit of shading on the shirt as well. I have to laugh at myself for how sloppily I'm doing all this. It's so funny. I mean, like when you zoom out, it's not looking bad. Good question. If I change that to multiply. Where the hell is multiply? I'm not seeing much difference, actually. Maybe just the slightest bit. Yeah, didn't make a huge difference because I think these changes are I'm shading with very subtly. The only reason it's adding up is I'm having multiple layers shading together. Merge selected layers. But I'm overall kind of liking it. I'm kind of liking the look. You know what art style I really like, honestly? This is gonna date me, but you know, like old Street Fighter games, like Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter maybe Alpha. I love the look of that. I absolutely think that's like peak design. The newest Street Fighter games, I don't play them, but then the art style looks good, but like I really prefer that old kind of cartoony style. But again, I'm sure that dates me a little bit. A little bit of a highlight on the shirt too. Again, I'm being super, super sloppy. That's not what I wanted. add maybe some yellow. I want to brighten him up a little bit more. Dare I add a little bit of Peepo blush? Too dark. I like it when Peepos blush a little bit. You know the look I'm going for? Maybe that looks wrong. Let's see. Art says Bangus was great in the really old Street Fighter titles, but man, he's gotten late. Who is? I gotta refresh myself. I knew which one is that. Bangus is the original artist. Let's see. There was a Street Fighter. Let me find it. Street Fighter artists. Bangus. Oh, this guy. Yeah. Love the art style. There was another person. Who am I thinking of, though? It might be this guy. I think it is. I think I did like this style a lot. But there's a certain look, and I don't know who did it. It was simple, clean lines. Maybe it's one of the guys we just saw, but I'm trying to find it. Back in the day, we never knew who the artists were. We just played the games. Oh, I cannot find it. Whoever did this right here, this was one of my favorite looks for Street Fighter. This art, right? And just the way the face looked and the kind of roundedness of it. One of my favorite looks. Okay, back to my bad art. Now, I think I need a little bit of, what do you call it? I need to get some eye highlights. Oops. I started playing a Street Fighter video. That looks bad. Why is it not deleting? Oh, wrong keyboard. Okay, that looks reasonable, right? That looks reasonable. Akiman. Let's take a look. I would love to know the name. Akiman, maybe? Street Fighter I mean, I love this also, yes. But these characters don't. I don't know. Maybe it is that guy. I feel like the artist I like had a very. The characters looked really young, like almost like teenager type faces. This Audie, have I checked the new Arc System Marvel Fighting? I haven't. I think the last Street. God. I think the last Street Fighter game I actually had was. When I say had, I should be clear what I'm telling you guys. I actually had a Street Fighter arcade game. I had like 2 or 3 of them. Okay. In Microsoft, somebody bought these machines, and I had Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter, like the actual arcade machines, not a MAME arcade emulator, the actual ones. And I had one. You know how much they cost me? Each machine cost me like $200. And I had a Street Fighter 2. It could have. I had Street Fighter 2 machine. And I had Street Fighter Alpha machine. I had it in my office in Microsoft. In my office, and I had multiple machines. I think I had at least 2, maybe 3 machines. Some of them, had so many I couldn't put them all in my office. But eventually I had to move them out of the Microsoft building because they were in a hallway and security was saying, oh, there's a fire hazard. You know, crazy stuff. Art says most of them had a lot of styles. They didn't really stick to one, just one. Okay, that makes sense. That would also explain why sometimes Akiman's art here looks like something that is very familiar to me, and like the style I'm thinking about, but other times it doesn't. I guess artists evolve. Actually, while we're talking about art, let me show you one of my favorite artists who's got the most generic name of all time, Paul Smith. This is actually a great example of his art. Like, for some reason, maybe you don't think so, but I just thought his line work was just so good here and just clean. I love the way he drew. Wolverine here's a really good example. I just loved the way his lines worked. And he drew women's hair in like an especially interesting way. Right? His shapes are very like fluid. I'm trying to find another really good example. Actually, yeah, the one I showed you earlier with Kitty Pryde. The way her hair works. If this loads, I just thought I'd never seen anyone draw it this way. Almost like her hair was made of some kind of special material, right? Never seen anyone draw hair like this, even still. But I love this. Yeah, it was amazing. And I sold those machines for $200 thinking, who needs these Street Fighter machines? Someone's doing me a favor. Actually, I sold one of my machines not for $200. I sold it for a coffee, like $5. Because to me, it was worth someone else just taking care of the headache of moving it. I didn't want to move it. Of course, looking back, that was quite stupid of me. But there you go. I sold a Street Fighter machine for a cup of coffee. We just didn't think right back then. Udon art style. Copy Capcom versus Marvel. Okay, let's take a look. Udon Capcom versus Marvel versus Capcom. Let's take a look. I played this game a lot. This may be. Oh, let's take a look here. Udon art book. Can we please zoom in here? Good stuff. This is good stuff. Yeah, I love this. Let's see what else we got here. I'll Ink Blaster. Thank you for that. I will check that out. I will check that out. I like buying art books for like this kind of stuff. Like I have one for the art of Metal Gear Solid. Oh, you know what? Since we're doing an art stream now, I'm going to show you another book I like. Just give me a second. Let me see if I can figure it out here. Yeah. An Ink Blaster. I will talk about Jim Lee in a second. Atari game art. I have this book, by the way. Actually, you know what I can do? Hang on a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to bring the books I'm talking about. And we're actually going to look at some art. Okay, I'm back, and I see we do have a question from Prasad. Does Apple Apps allow XP Pen tablet for writing? Prasad, I'm gonna link a. I assume you're talking about an iPad. Let me find a link, and I think this will help explain if I can get there. Give me a second. I wrote a guide on using drawing tablets with iPads, and I think it'll answer your question. Yeah, or an iPhone as well. So let me just paste that to the chat. See if that answers your question. So the answer is they kind of work, but only certain apps. And I don't know if a note-taking app would work with a drawing tablet, but some drawing apps like IBIS Paint will. Okay, I'm going to take a small change up in agenda. I just wanted to briefly touch upon a few things. You have a Mac Mini M4. That's a very good device to have. Okay, so I just got a few books I have. Believe it or not, I don't look at just pictures on the internet. And I'm not going to go, unless you guys want to, I won't go too deep on all this. But I just want to show you some things about the kind of things I think about. So one is this book called VHS Video Cover Art. Now, of course, I'm a child of the 80s. So this collects all sorts of art that was on, the movies shipped on VHS tapes, right? And I'll just try find an example maybe. There's some of these I've actually seen, right? And they have just crazy visuals, right? Let me see if I can find one. Some of these are some of the worst movies ever made, but they're so bad, I love them. Like here's one, Lust for Freedom, right? Very typical of what you'd see. Or, oh yeah, I've seen this one. Never Too Young to Die, one of the worst movies ever made. Wait, I know there's something in here I've seen that I want you to see. Hot Dog, that's a wild movie. Some of these are a little risque, to say the least. But I love seeing this art because it's so, not sophisticated, but yet it's skillful. It's very skillful. Geek. The Return of the Living Dead, actually a pretty good movie. Shadow of Death. Right, so I like seeing things like this. Just to see the style from back then, right? But a lot of these are just really bad movies. And Prasad, to answer your question, I have not tried to create an app. At least not an iPad app. Now this is another one. This is The Art of Atari by Tim Lapatino. And this is about... see, back then we had very, very low-level graphics. So they'd illustrate the game with paintings. And you'd have to and they would not look like the actual game at all. Not at all. Because the games look like this, right? Do you see how many pixels are there? Right? There's 15 pixels on the screen. But the posters for the game were on the box were these really elaborate painted things, right? Nothing looked like this. And I'll find a couple that really illustrate this. I had this game. See how nicely rendered that is? It's I think watercolor. This is airbrush. Oh, this is a classic one, right? So this would be what you saw on the box, and then this right here is what the game actually looked like. Right? That's the difference. So that was art, the art of Atari. Ink Blaster says, in my country, in the Philippines, movie posters are painted at huge scale like in billboards, and the faces look derpy. So it's like, but they must deliberately make them look a bit wild like that. Pixel art is now a thing. Is now a thing now for modern platformers. I guess they've actually made them. It's coming back. Okay, and now I just got this book, and I'm actually gonna open it up. This is back in the olden times, which is the 80s. They had really nice painted posters for movies. And they were actually very interesting posters. Modern posters for movies are very you just see a bunch of faces, right? But some of the stuff is so good looking. Look at this. I got this actually over a year ago and I have not opened it. But yeah, some of these things just really, some of these aren't great movies, but some of these are in fact classics, right? Darkman, Liam Neeson. Cape Fear, good movie. But yeah, look how nice and painted this is, right? So this you'd go in a movie theater, you'd see these beautifully rendered posters, right? A style you just don't get anywhere anymore at all, right? Like none of this was photoshopped. This was just people painting, right? Art says modern pixel art really misses the mark because pixel art was made for CRT, so it does end up way too sharp. It doesn't look like that. I've seen some articles written about it, and when I was younger, I had to make I did fonts for my computer, and you had to you could be geometrically perfect, but it wouldn't look right because things blurred in a certain way depending on the CRT that you had, and so you had to account for that. Right? Drew Struzen. Why does that name sound familiar to me? Why does that name sound familiar to me? Let me get there. Let me look this guy up. And I've got one more book I'll show you. Google.com. Drew Struzen. Oh, this guy, yeah. This guy's amazing. Actually, I'll show you two more things. Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite pieces of artwork of all time, is his work on Indiana Jones. Right, and I think this is the one specifically that I think of. Where is it? Yeah. Again, this is pre-photo. I mean, he just drew it or painted it, right? There's another guy. He illustrated a lot of Isaac Asimov. What was that foundation artist? Shit, I'm typing, but it's not. Isaac Asimov, foundation book artist. Michael Whelan. That's his name. Why is it not typing? This keyboard messes up every now and then. And now you can see it mess up. Okay, let's see if this works. Michael Whelan, artist. I hate this keyboard. I swear to God, I hate this keyboard. There we go. At least it got me this far. This guy, this is to Ray. This is the cover of Ray Bradbury's Martian Chronicles. I loved his art. No matter what he did, I loved Michael Whelan's art. It defined sci-fi for me, right? This is one of his super famous ones. Oh yeah, this is from Isaac Asimov's, one of his foundation books. All three of these, or all whatever number of these are classic sci-fi art, right? And gave an emotional content to the story that a modern cover just does not, right? Is this style photorealistic? No. It's that sort of weird boundary layer between photorealism and not fantasy, but like illustrate, like something that's not quite real, but it makes it look even more authentic, right? And more interesting. So that's another thing I want to share. And finally, I really love Deus Ex, right? And the art style of the games is just really good. Now, this is not like maybe everyone's thing that I enjoy, but the style of it to me was one of the most captivating things, right? Just everything. The only negative about the Deus Ex game, Human Revolution, was it had that yellow filter on it, which I never really enjoyed when it came out. But I think a later edition did not. They removed the yellow filter. Let's see. The worst era was mid 2000s when U.S. coverage of Japanese games always got some strange 3D cover art, and the JP got a painting. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that happened. Obviously, I did not know that happened. Okay, let's get back to art. I actually, the one reason I wanted to show these books is I've been thinking about actually doing a stream where I talk about these kind of like art styles a bit. Uh-oh, my computer's sleeping. There we go. And I want to show books and give people an idea about what kind of things I actually like to see. Okay, now let me merge some of these layers. Merge selected layers. And then I'm going to protect this layer so I don't override it. Get a new layer, and I want to start shading in the display here. Let's pick. Frankly, like I said earlier, I'm a little surprised I'm able to use this thing without a tour box right now. And this is how I like to shade in things. I like to create a separate layer and just instead of doing multiple strokes that go over each other, I often try to just do it layer by layer. I feel like I have more control that way. It's easier for me to correct and get the effect that I want. Void outs, that's a fantastic suggestion. And you know what? I'm going to do it. I was just thinking, what am I going to put on the screen itself? So I think I'm going to put him drawing himself. Yes, I like that a lot. Thank you for that suggestion. Oops, too dark. Forgot to set the opacity. And by the way, I have actually I've never colored or shaded this way. So this is actually new to me. I wasn't sure how it would work out, but obviously it's not good for detail stuff, but I'm not unhappy with it. I'm trying to add a little bit of like almost specular highlights on this. Pepeception, I like it. Oh, good suggestion, Ink Blaster. I totally wasn't thinking about the stabilization. But is Pepe, that is Pepe, but is the Pepe that the Pepe is drawing also drawing a Pepe? Also, you got me too recursed up there, bud. You know what, I'm going to try to do actually a little more specular highlight here. That's too much, that's too much. If I could like literally paint, if I had my choice, I would actually, the artist that I showed you earlier, Michael Whelan. Actually, there's two people. There's Michael Whelan, and then one more guy. Michael Whelan's this guy. The other person I would pick is, God, let me just think of what his name is. Who did the, God, okay, this is gonna be stupid when I type this in, but let's see if I can figure it out based on this. This is gonna sound stupid. Nestle white chocolate. The chocolate commercial artist influence. There was a commercial, Maxfield Parrish. And then I'll show you the commercial. I don't think I'll get in trouble for it on YouTube. But it is the most, it's a commercial about chocolate, which I heard in the 80s when I was a kid. And it's like, it's so, it's got aura, as they say, it's got aura. Okay, but let's take a look at Maxfield Parrish. He's very famous. I think all of you know his art. Different style. He's most known probably for this one. This piece of art. Daybreak Greeting. Right? They call this, the best description I heard of his style is high octane realism. Like mind-blowing colors, but weirdly detailed in ways that reality isn't. Let's see. The lack of replaceable surface in Extreme Deco Project 2. How durable is it? Krish, I found it pretty durable. If you are concerned about the durability, and I haven't seen people complain about the durability in the 2-something years it's been out. If you are concerned, you can always buy a screen protector and put it over it. And there are places like Photodon, Photo D-O-N, one word, where you can have custom sheets cut. Now, I'm not saying they're cheap, but like, if you're concerned about it, you can always get something that protects the surface. But I haven't seen anyone say they wore out. They've been very, they've lasted very well. That being said, if someone's like scraping with the pen, yeah, you might wear it out. But I haven't seen anyone complain about it. Okay, what was I doing? Was there one other artist I want to show? Nah, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, between Michael Whelan and Maxfield Parrish, two of the people Maxfield Parrish because of the color, Michael Whelan because of that sort of semi-realistic style. Just really loved it. Okay, where's my pen? There we go, I lost it. I am missing my tour box, I'll tell you that. Okay, I'm going to try to get some more shading here on the hands. Oh, it's a wrong shading. I'm clicking on the wrong buttons on the wrong keyboard again. Adding a little bit of specular highlights. Well, not specular, but just a little bit of light on the frog's hands. Let me merge some of these layers. Another thing about the Pro Pen 3 I'm realizing, because I don't normally draw with it, is I'm having trouble locating the buttons with my hand. Like with the Pro Pen 2, maybe with the wider grip, it's easier for me to find it. Here, several times you might have noticed, I'm actually having to look at the pen and rotate. It's just harder for me to figure out where things are. So that's a little bit unusual. Again, not a big complaint or anything. I didn't expect that. But I normally use the Pro Pen 2. Okay. I'm going to get to the Peepo reflection there a little bit later. I'm going to add a few specular highlights here. I guess I need a little more. Does that look okay? Does that look okay? Enhancing it a bit more. Oops, made a little mistake. I'm happy with the way this is looking right now, to be completely honest. I am happy with this. Let me merge some of these layers again. Again, I'm trying to figure out where that third button is, and I'm having to look at the pen, which is a weird feeling. I can't decide if it's because of the buttons or the, what do you call it? The grip size, because I don't have the grip on. And I'm trying to draw here something that's, I'm just kind of like eyeballing it, so to speak. I'm trying to draw what's actually I'm drawing, but manually. Not trying to draw perfectly, just trying to give a vague sense of he's drawing himself, right? You can probably see that a little bit. His hands there. And then he's drawing on the tablet, which I'm drawing upside down and not being perfect. And then I'm putting the screen that he's drawing. Right? So again, we have papeception happening here. A little bit of specular highlight on the fingers. And I'm going to add a little bit of specular highlight also on the pen. I'll give a little bit of an eraser as well. Let's zoom out. Now I'm going to add, I don't draw this way, so I'm actually pleasantly surprised it's not looking completely horrible. I'm going to take this yellow area and I'm going to shade it. Now the yellow is not exactly straight line, so I'm going to try to fix that a little bit to make it not quite as silly looking. And my approach to that is going to be to do something like this. It's kind of silly the way I'm doing this, but let's hope I don't mess this up too badly. Not what I wanted. Let me cancel that. It's close enough. Close enough, and I'll fix the slight discrepancy here manually. Not aiming for perfection. Select a little bit of tolerance. Oops. Okay. Create a new shading layer. Shift the colors. Use the airbrush, which I have not touched. so far in this session. And just kind of gently shade. That's maybe not quite what I had in mind. It's a little too orange. I'll add a little bit of shading underneath the tablet. A little bit underneath the peepo. Let me remove this weird thing here. Maybe it's okay. Now merge these two, these shading layers. Get rid of this mistake I made here. And here. And the background could probably use a slight just add a little bit of extra color here. I feel so silly drawing this. And I'm going to do some hand lettering on top of this. Oops. It won't look good, but that's okay. Again, the purpose of this stream was just to see what the tablet was like, not to necessarily show you that I'm super skilled at drawing anything. Tablets. And I'm going to give it another color underneath it. I'm just being really sloppy about this. Maybe I should add a little bit of specular highlights here also. almost like these are like balloon shapes or something. And while I'm at it, how about I create a little bit of shadow? You know, what's really funny is when I was a kid, I couldn't draw this. I could only draw realistic things. And I was always very, it just started to rain, Ben Boykmas. I like the rain. So what I was saying was, I could never draw something that wasn't realistic. So drawing a cartoon was impossible for me. Everything had to be perfect. So, for me, being able to draw something that is not perfect took a long time to achieve. And I actually enjoy making things that aren't perfect. Because I was holding myself back from drawing anything at all. Right? Hey, thanks for joining us. It's always great to have people who've seen the videos and join us live. And glad you saw the Cintiq 24 review. Now that was the live stream. I'm actually building off that live stream and I'm working on an actual review video. So hopefully, in, I don't know, maybe a week or two, I'll actually publish an actual real review where I'll actually be going deeper into the tablets. And in case you're not sure what you caught us doing here, I decided I wanted, this is a tablets and chill stream. I decided I would take this opportunity to draw something whimsical and fun and test the tablet. So that's what we're doing here. We're just testing. I decided to draw a little peepo. Void outs. Do I still have drawings from when I was a young lad? When I was really young, no. But I have some from when I was in college, which I don't think I could ever show anybody, honestly. That was my phase when my buddies and we were just obsessed with Jim Lee. Someone brought up Jim Lee earlier in the chat. And we always wanted to just draw, like, Jim Lee was our idea of like how someone should draw a comic. That's all we did. We just talked about drawing comics. And all of us fantasized about becoming comic book artists. And I gave up on it when I realized you need to have skill. Unfortunately, I have not used the old Cintiq Pro. The old Cintiq Pro 24. I thought about getting it. I still might one day, actually. The reason I haven't is because I hear it has noise. It has fans, noise, and noise is a thing that always irritates me with devices, especially displays. I don't like to hear noise when I'm drawing. And so that's one reason I haven't gotten the Cintiq 24 Pro, honestly. Art says, I've found some kid drawings from when I was 5 or 6. I couldn't bother to scan them before I moved, so I ended up throwing them away. Now looking, I know that feeling, right? I've thrown away some stuff like that. And I think there's two ways in which I might have felt maybe a little bit sad about it. One is some of these things I throw away that my mother had saved, things I draw. Now, she kept every little thing your son does seems magical to a mom. but you're of course you're embarrassed by it, right? So looking, now that I'm 2 decades older than when I found these older things she saved, I kind of like, oh wow, I wish I had saved them, right? Partly because it would be nice to just see my progression. Partly because, I know it just makes my mother so happy, right? To have those things around, right? So I'm going to try one more thing here. I'm going to try, this is an experiment, okay? This is an experiment. I've never I actually do not do things like this. But I'm going to add a little bit of this color here, okay? This is just playing around. I've always been curious about trying these blending modes and seeing if they do anything interesting. Actually, it's not bad. That's color burn. It's not bad. That's not bad either, to be honest. I like the lightness of it. A little too intense. Glow dodge. Soft light doesn't do anything. I think I liked not color burn, but color dodge. I actually liked how it lightened up things a little bit. In fact, I wonder what would happen if I did it again. Not sure why this area didn't get there. Something is not... I wonder why that one area is not getting dodged the way I expect it to be got dodged. Or color, whatever. That's weird, huh? Okay, I like this. I think this is actually a decent... Now, I don't know if it may look too... Does it look too saturated? The way it looks to me is like it's colorful, but not too saturated, though on my teleprompter it looks way too saturated. Let's see. You use a refurbished one that doesn't have much... Yeah, I've heard some people say that. They said theirs is like either silent or very low noise, right? But then other people seem like, oh, they're just like, some people say it's like a jet plane taking off, right? The other thing that may be happening there is I think Wacom introduced a, an option their driver to control the fan speed. And that makes a big difference for some people. Boydat says, I know you don't really like pen computers, but do you see yourself ever making a deep dive of, say, a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro? I think, let me separate out my answer. Wacom is releasing an Android tablet this year, I think. We know that because we saw the FCC docs. I'll definitely be getting that. There's absolutely no doubt I'll be getting that, okay? And I'm hoping it's going to be great. I don't see myself getting a Mobile Studio Pro because they're too expensive for what you get, and the repair costs are too expensive, and you can't upgrade fast. By far, getting... Where is it? Yeah, this thing. Getting a Cintiq and walking around with one of these... Minis Forums or whatever, could be a B-Link or an Asus Nook. Walking around with one of these, which is like 10 times cheaper and it is upgradable in many cases and has more features, honestly. I would much prefer doing this. Let me put it this way. Now I'm ranting on Mobile Studio Pro. Imagine you had to use the Mobile Studio Pro, but in order to use it, you needed more ports. So what do? You connect it to a hub, okay? So you've got the Mobile Studio Pro connected to a hub, and let's just say for the sake of argument, the hub is also providing power to the Mobile Studio Pro. What is different from that situation? And by the way, you're traveling with the Mobile Studio Pro, right? So it's the Mobile Studio Pro and a hub. What is different about that situation than getting a Cintiq and a mini PC? You've got a screen in front of you, and you've got a small box next to it. Is there a difference? See, I don't think there is. I think when you get the Cintiq or a pen display with one of these, you get the best of both worlds. You get a device that does exactly what you want, especially if it has touch, and you get a very inexpensive and yet reasonably powerful and upgradable compute system. That makes sense. Okay, not too saturated. Thank you. I'll have to adjust my teleprompter. And I'm going to try one last thing here on this picture. I'm going to just go ahead and try to see if I can add some lightness here. Okay. I like it. I think it's something whimsical and fun, and I can use this for my thumbnails for when I do, another stream. And I can always just redraw this or change it. But it was fun, and I learned things. Okay, so first let me make a few comments about the thing. I'm surprised I was able to draw this at all without the toolbox. It's my first time I've drawn with a toolbox in like 3 years. Okay? Yeah, Voidots, they're definitely making a Wacom Android device. It's going to be an 11-inch Android tablet. And how do I know this? On the FCC, there's an FCC site. Actually, let's just get there so everyone can see what the heck I'm talking about. What is it called? FCC Regis. I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. Okay, sorry. FCC registration. What is it? Let's try this. Wacom. Maybe it's this thing. Yeah, here we go. Here it is, right here. HV4 that's a code which means Wacom, okay? So the model number's after the 4. DTH A116. DTH means display, T is tablet, H means it supports touch, A means Android, 11 means 11, which is 11 inches. 6 is like, I guess, the series number, right? So it was registered with the FTC on March of 2025. What that means is, historically, what we believe is 6 months later, we'll see the device. Okay? Could be sooner, could be after that, but this is our evidence that Wacom is coming out with an Android tablet. Okay? Is it huge? No. 11 inches is a great size, though. And there are two features I'm looking for. Number one, if it uses the Pro Pen or Pro Pen 2 or whatever. And number two, I'd like it to have, I think someone said it did, we'll have to double check, DisplayPort in, which means you could use like a monitor, like a secondary display. Now, I'd get this. I am going to get this. And so while I wouldn't get a Mobile Studio Pro, I will get this, right? But I am curious about its performance. Like it has got, when I say this, I do not mean that it is going to be better than a Samsung Tab S. I'm saying that I believe it should be, it needs to be better than a Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE. It's got to be better than that. Okay? Otherwise, there's no point. Let's see. Art says patents are also a good source for finding out about future products or canceled products. Oh, that's a good. Where do you search for patents, Arch? Do you see these things? It's just the USPTO office, the website, or is that like some place that more optimized for searching for these things? So anyway, going back to here, you can see since I found out about this site, because Tablet Expert Cube told me, we've been able to see, we have known about every Wacom release since 2022, right? Oh, Google patents, okay. So everything here, we've known what was going to go happen. The first release of the Wacom One, the new Wacom One pen displays, the new Cintiq Pros, which are here, the new Intuos Pros. So we knew about the Intuos Pros back in October last year, and they were just announced in March of this year. So see, it's about 6 months. That's how we're doing this, right? Now, some of these, I'm not sure what's going on, like DTU 1141. I don't know what this is, and same with this one. So I can't say all of these have manifested as devices I'm aware of. These could be released, but just not intended for consumers or something. Maybe these are for handwriting, like point of sale systems. But the rest of these, we've known about, right? And you can go back there and see how accurate these are and how many we've been able to find out from. But yeah, it was thanks to Cube, Tablet Expert Cube, that I found out about this. And every time, I think he checks it pretty often, and then I check here every now and then. And whenever we see something, we're like, hey, Wacom or whoever's announced something. So I'll paste this in the chat. Again, we don't know for sure it could be that someone's listed here and they don't do it, but it's been right way more often than we've been wrong. So that's something you should always check out if you're interested in what Wacom does. I don't remember if Huion and XGPen publish the same way, but definitely Wacom does. And just to be clear, you're not going to find out everything by looking through here because some things are kind of hidden, but you can find out some things, right? Let's see if I can find out any information here. This may not be a good one. Let's find out. How about this one? Yeah. Like you'll see things like this, right? Like you're not going to see like a video where it shows you the photo. You might see the back of the tablet or a diagram of the back, but it's not like you'll be able to know exactly what the tablet looks like, right? So that's what this is. Okay, everyone. I think this was a good stream. Before I conclude, the tablet works great. I've been super happy with this. Some people were worried it doesn't have enough pixels. I think it's enough. I think anyone who's considering a Wacom, unless you're super fixated on pixels, you'll be fine with this tablet. Drawing experience is great. Screen looks good. It's been on 100% brightness now for 3 hours. It's basically the temperature of my desktop. Okay? I can't even feel hot spots. Maybe at the back, there's the slightest bit of like, if you were to shake someone's hand or they held a cup and then you held the cup, you'd be able to detect that. But like, this is some of the best heat management I've seen of any pen tablet I've ever used. So they did something good here. I don't know how they did it. I really do not know how they did it. Okay? It is, of course, silent. This is a winner. This is a winner. Yeah, it's not the cheapest of 24-inch displays, but it's a winner, and because it lays flat, unlike the Cintiq Pro 22, This may be my new sort of like standard drawing tablet for pen displays anyway. Super happy with this. And Wacom, I think, should be extremely proud of. For a long time, I wondered, like, how are they going to respond to the appearance of some of these newer Huion products and XP Pen products? Solid answer, I think. I think it's a very solid answer. I think the people who are going to pick the Huion Canvas 27 and 19, the reason they'll probably do it, besides price, is those have 4K, right? So I think it looks like Wacom is going to keep 4K just for Pro tablets and keep, whatever this is, WQHD for their non-Pro Cintiqs. So it's good. I'm happy. Everyone should be happy if they're getting this. Yeah, that's it. Okay, everyone, thanks for your patience. It was good hanging out and just chatting and showing art. And let me know if you think I should do a stream where we look at art books. I'm totally happy to do that. If you want to see another just chill out drawing stream and see some bad art being drawn, I'm totally cool with doing that as well. Okay? Everyone, have a great night, and I'll be back streaming soon, okay? Thanks for joining me.